Everyone, Eric Watson here, freelance writer, player of games, writer of words, recorder of videos, and at tabletop role-playing aficionado. Welcome to Patron D&D, where platinum-level patrons and I get together to play Dungeons and Dragons via Discord and Roll20. These sessions are entirely supported by patrons of patreon.com/roguewatson. Patrons also get exclusive access to private videos, custom 5e content, and participate in monthly DM roundtables. These patron D&D games are not live-streamed, but are recorded for your viewing pleasure. You can watch more D&D sessions, reviews, and crafting streams on my channel, read recaps at roguewatson.com, and listen to all of these shows with the Rogue Watson podcast, available wherever you get your podcasts. You can follow me on Twitter at Rogue Watson and join our Discord server with invite link in the description below. Our music is by Kevin MacLeod, and our amazing original character art was done by Jimmy McClure. Welcome to Chapter 2, Episode 3 of our Empire of the Ghouls campaign, designed by Richard Green and published by Kobold Press. This session, I am joined by patrons Corey, playing Lucian Drago, the dhampir Clockwork Soul Sorcerer. Christopher playing Rye, the Shadow Fey Black Powder Sorcerer.
Hello.
Dory playing Io, the gearforged Circle of the Moon Druid.
Hello.
Stan playing Alaric, the dhampir Death Domain Cleric.
Howdy.
And introducing John, playing Torben, the bearfolk Barbarian. I forgot the subclass you told me. Spirit Guardians.
Yeah, Ancestral Guardians. Yep.
Ancestral Guardians, thank you. Welcome to the campaign. Previously on Empire of the Ghouls. After over 2 weeks on the road, the party finally arrived at Grissal, the most militant of the dwarven cantons, thanks to its close proximity to its undead neighbors in Dorish. As outsiders, the party weren't permitted to travel into the lower levels of the dwarven city to speak with Trehild, the undead lore master whom they were seeking. They were brought before Captain Brogan Bonebasher, who agreed to let them in if they help with a task, retrieving the bodies of his recently slain comrades near the eastern border. The party begrudgingly traveled with the dwarf captain and his 2 surviving soldiers. They arrived at the site and noted that several bodies were missing. As they began loading bodies, they were attacked by a horde of undead, many of whom were the former dwarven soldiers. And they very much missed Alaric's turn undead in that battle. After the battle, a grateful Brogan rewarded them with his shield before leading the party to Trehild's door, deep beneath the city. The eccentric elderly lore master shared their concern over the recent undead schemes. She did not recognize the man in the sketch, but did share the tale of Sister Adelind and her robes, which are rumored to be a powerful undead-destroying artifact, most likely still somewhere in the province of Krakovan. She suggested the party seek out the Temple of Sif in the city of Jost, a city near the northern peninsula of Krakovan. Jost has been kept undead-free thanks to the occupying Reaver dwarves from across the sea. She also suggested a stop at the Black Fortress, where the party can talk to General Jarrow Whitebeard for more information on the undead and help identifying the mysterious man in the sketch. At the Black Fortress, the party met with Jarrow, and he recognized the man as Archduke Avgost Walurska, brother to the late King of Krakovan. Why the undead are hunting him, he wasn't sure. He knows the location of the Archduke and the entire Court-in-Exile, which is their name for the entire Krakovan court that has since fled the country, but wasn't quite willing to share that critical information without a test. The party agreed to enter the training facility of the Dwarven Graveslayers, where they were met with tests of speed, strength, honesty, and prowess, including a showdown with a deadly construct powered by a wraith, which succeeded in killing Io and Kovac with its life-draining attacks. Thankfully, the general agreed to resurrect the fallen party members free of charge, though not free of trauma and injury. For proving their worth, he revealed that the Krakovan Court-in-Exile, including the Archduke, are currently hiding out in Karyasin, which is about a week's travel north. I will plop you all on that big ol' map of Midgard. Which I totally ripped off the website. I think there's a link to it as well. Somewhere. I don't know what it. Adventures. Well, anyway, you can see this map. So you all are currently located at the Black Fortress, and it has been about, I think I said 2 days since those harrowing events in the training hall, where some of you literally died in that fight, but were brought back. Maybe feeling, I don't want to presume how you're feeling, but probably not great about that experience. And then Alaric did not participate in that training sequence, but you were rewarded with this information along with the rest of your group. But why don't you tell us, Alaric, what you have been doing, and really all of you, really, in the last couple days.
So shortly after arriving in the Black Forest, taking a look around, realizing that several of these dwarven officers were veterans of the forays and of the hussars into dwarven territory before the invasion. So Alaric was spotted by some officers and kind of felt, especially with everybody else, didn't want to jeopardize the mission, so decided to go and visit the refugee camp outside of the Black Fortress and go hang out down there and see if there's any of his old friends or whatnot that he might be able to discover, old contacts. Found a young woman named Katrin, who is the younger sister of one of the squires in his unit, Matthias. Hung out with her, learned some of the funeral rites and the way they've been processing bodies and things down here in the valley, and learned how to play the flute. Katrin taught him how to play the flute, and Matthias had been hiding out underground, and so was able to reconnect with him. And so Matthias has been called back into service.
And literally, the flute playing means you ended up multi-classing into Bard, apparently.
Yes, I did. Death Domain Cleric 3, Bard, to be named later, 1.
Interesting combo.
Yep.
Torben, by the way, has not joined you all yet. He will be forthcoming. Do any of the rest of you have any particular things you would like to get done before heading out? Your next task essentially is to head north to Coriasin, which is about a week's journey. It is a road you get to travel on, at least, which you've been on roads most of the time. And it really threads, you're essentially leaving the border, you're at the northern border of the Dwarven Kingdom, which are these, the cantons, the Iron Crags. And you are entering the Elvish Kingdom of the Grand Duchy of Dornig, a very ancient, proud empire that traces its line all the way back to ancient elves. And you are right on the border between, or you will be right on the border between Dornig and what used to be the province of Krakovan and is now the entire Greater Duchy of Morgau.
Sure.
I think. Oh, go ahead, Ray.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say that I think for a couple days, Io was, for all intents purposes, breaking in her new chassis body. Just trying to get a feel for it, making sure that everything is all joints are working in proper order and things before we travel.
Yeah, you probably had a very unique resurrection with having a new body.
Alaric walking up to the group would go, and it's like, Io, you look amazing. These dwarves, they must be very gifted in mechanics. They've done a better polishing job than I can do. That's amazing. But Kovac,
Well,
you look like hell,
came
dude.
as a price, but yeah.
Well,
Yeah, right. Okay.
No, it's I don't know how much it costs, but you just look amazing. But seriously, Kovac, you do look like hell.
Yeah.
Worse than usual.
Good, right?
I was going to say, so Rye, after that whooping that we all received, was highly motivated to really work on his strength, and so he started doing push-ups, working out with the other dwarves as they get up for PT. He gets up and gets in there. So he's been doing push-ups. So he took his ASI improvement, then yielded a strength and con. So now he's not as squishy. It feels a little bit better. The other thing is he picked up another 2 spells. One, Wind Lashing, to kind of like hit people from a distance a little bit better and maybe a little consistent. And then Vortex Warp, thinking back to that battle where the guy was right in his face and he could have just moved him somewhere else, or that guy that was on Kovac, he could have moved him a little bit away from Kovac. And man, Kovac is going to have to sleep it off for a couple of days, I think.
Yeah, I've posted a reminder of the lingering injuries that some of you are still faced with. Although, if you recall, our house rules, they do allow you to attempt to try to cure them using medicine checks and healing kits.
Which none of us had until now.
All right. You purchased a healing kit. Excellent work.
Well, none of us had the medicine skill either.
Yeah.
Oh,
Until
damn.
now.
Until now.
Until
Okay.
now.
Okay. It's good. It's a good thing not to leave behind.
Alaric is slowly becoming that kind of cleric now. So.
All right. You all can set off towards your new destination, ever going north at this point, although you probably assumed you were going to end up back in the conquered country at some point, so you are slowly making your way there. But as I mentioned, you're still technically going to be essentially leaving the Dwarven realm and entering the Elvish one, but just still right on the border, so it's a very dangerous part of Midgard. And when you leave, a patrol of Dwarven Graveslayers does go with you, just because they're always coming and going, basically. So really the first probably 2 or 3 days, you sleep fairly comfortably because you've got like a contingent with you, and then at some point they end up peeling off in whatever direction they're going and just kind of nod to you all respectfully. But you can't get to shake the feeling that you're being watched. And you kind of felt this even in the Black Fortress, and maybe even as far back as Grisall too, where you feel like you're getting too many sideways glances and people whispering among themselves, and some of you may shrug it off, others it may make you a little anxious about this, but clearly you're drawing attention in some way, and something that the ghouls especially, and the undead in general, are very good at is a very high level spy network where they have a lot of people in place. I use the term people very liberally. They're all about disguises and subterfuge and really getting into places, and that causes a lot of people on these border areas to be a little bit more paranoid and xenophobic. And if you're not used to that, you may think, man, these guys are assholes. But in a lot of cases, it's maybe not justified, but you can kind of see why they would be a little bit more anxious and distrustful, because literally that's kind of the undead, at least in this part of the world's MO, is sneaking around and disguising and getting information and acting on it. And you all haven't been able to shake this feeling. And then after, probably soon after the Dwarven party leaves you, you have, well, I'll let Torben take over. How do you approach? I'm assuming I've kind of been drawing it for you, where you've been following them basically from a distance, maybe trying to suss out what this group's all about, but I'll let you take the reins here.
So Torben, interested in following a particular lead, left the Black Fortress intending to head north, saw this other party striking out, not really terribly interested in joining them particularly, but figuring safety in numbers sort of has followed a distance behind, not really wanting to intrude, but knowing that, again, safety in numbers.
Do you try to sneak up on them, or how do you literally approach this party? Are you yelling at them? How does this work out?
Yeah, definitely not trying to draw attention, but not trying to be stealthy about it either. So not worried about being spotted, but not wanting to intrude.
All right, the rest of you see a brown furred bearfolk armed for adventuring life, approaching your group. How do you respond to this? Now, to give a context, and maybe Torben, if you want to talk about bearfolk a little bit, but they're not that uncommon of a race here in Midgard, and they're generally known as a proud, honorable people. They're not like necessarily warlike or violent, but when backed into a corner, or if they feel slighted or something, then they will absolutely resort to violence when needed to. But they tend to be very hardworking, very dependable. I think I've got all that right. But correct me if I'm. And then whatever, I don't know what Torben's distinct personality is. I'm being very generalized for the purpose of this unique character.
Yeah, that definitely follows all the lore as far as I'm aware. Torben's definitely sort of the large and silent type, but not shy to get involved.
What facial expression do we see?
Definitely a neutral, calm expression right now. Do not want to invoke hostility. Understanding that being in a foreign area, looking for more allies than enemies.
Well, Io, this may be your specialty. I'm not sure. I don't have much experience with bearfolk, but Matthias and I can escort you if you want to go talk to this person.
I mean, he appears to be approaching possibly in a friendly manner. I will take a few steps out in front of the group toward Torben with my hand up and say, I'm sorry, is there a reason you are following us?
Oh, no offense intended. Just safety in numbers.
Where are you traveling to?
North. Harrison, maybe further.
And what do we know as far as where he's traveling in accordance with where we're headed? Same location, same vicinity?
Yep, that seems to line up with exactly the path you're on.
Okay.
That part checks out at least.
Okay.
I feel like you sidebar. Is that where we're headed?
Is that it?
Yeah, is that
Driving. That's Bond's job.
yeah.
I'm just security for this outfit.
Well, safety in numbers is always important. We're traveling in the same direction. Perhaps you'd like to meet the rest of the group. I'm Io, and I will walk forward and extend my hand.
Nice to meet you. I'm Torben. Extends a hand in return.
And I'll kind of look back over my shoulder to the group and to the squishies back there and kind of nod my head. It's safe.
Yeah. Riding on horseback kind of is outriding security. Alaric will just kind of still in the saddle, tip his head, say, Alaric, and this is Matthias.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
I'm on horseback too, right? I believe.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Rye is chewing a piece of jerky, breaks off a piece of it, and hands it and says, "Welcome to the group," and offers a piece to Torben.
Torben accepts. Thank you.
The universal greeting.
Well, it's guys interacting with guys sometimes is like interesting, right? So meat.
Here's meat.
Jerky.
And then, I make a comment like, I make a lot of noise sometimes, so might not want to stand too close.
You see this Shadow Fey, which is a more rare race to be around in this world, and he is armed to the teeth with guns.
Understood. I don't spook easily.
It won't stop me from doing what I'm going to do anyway. So, just this is my pre-warning.
The warning's not to stand next to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lucian's up in the cart, driving now. Introduces himself. I am Lucian. Would you care to ride, or do you prefer walking?
I prefer walking.
Okay, so be it. I offered.
Thank you, though, Fred.
After that, you feel like that feeling of being watched has momentarily abated, and yet by the next day, even out here in the wilderness, you kind of have that weird, like, just prickly feeling that there's just eyes all over you, even after leaving behind civilization and continuing north. And as the evening arrives on the 5th day, and you all start looking for a place to make camp, Io, well, actually, I need to ask Torben, what is your passive perception?
15.
Okay. Io's is like hilariously high, so she's generally the
19.
Yeah. Your superior perception catches movement out of the corner of your eye and a quick glimpse of what looks like a figure ducking behind some bushes in the distance behind you. And you look around and see all of your current party members are accounted for.
Could I discern anything about the figure as they were kind of darting through the shadows?
Appeared to be generally humanoid shaped.
I will quickly look at the rest of the group and kind of silently like halt and point and tell them I see one figure. And wait, is it daytime right now, or is it getting to be dusk?
It is dusk turning into night. You guys were just about to get off and start heading towards like a campsite, so it is basically sun is setting.
You think they saw all of us?
Do I get the impression that, I mean, they were tracking all of us?
Your amazing perception allowed you to just get the information I basically gave you, which is that you were able to finally confirm that you saw one humanoid figure just duck behind some bushes, not too far from you.
I
30
could take
feet, 60 feet.
I would say maybe 40 feet away.
I could take the cart ahead as kind of a decoy. It's up to you.
I'm going to look at the group and I'm going to say, keep going. And I'm going to see if I can kind of duck behind a tree. I would like to go down and I'd like to pull out my wolf form.
Okay.
And I would like to kind of skirt around and track this person in wolf form and see if I can catch up with them while the rest of the party stays on the road.
I like it. Okay.
Matthias and I will drop to the back of the train just to make sure that if we hear anything, we can respond.
Yeah. Okay, so you kind of duck behind some out of sight tree or something, and then shift into wolf form while the rest of your party moves ahead. Did you want to set up any other kind of plan with your party members?
If
I
we hear a
mean-
howl, we come running.
Yeah, that counts as a plan.
Okay. I mean, the plan was, do we try to catch this person? Do I take them down?
I'm always in favor of that. I believe in peaceful resolutions.
Yeah, or just see if they were going to attack us.
Okay.
Steal the cart or something. Make sure that's not going to happen.
Yeah, so that's what I'll do. I'll follow to see if I can determine their purpose, and if they look like they're armed, then I will try to sneak up behind them and take them down.
Okay.
To capture, not to kill.
Give me. You can either give me a survival check to track them hunter style, by tracking footprints and things, or you can give me a perception check to try and just track them using either vision or smell or something else as you attempt to find this figure. Well,
Would those be wolf stats or my stats for those two?
It's a good question.
The wolf has advantage on perception checks that rely on hearing or smell.
This is an interesting case because I think your mental stats are your stats, right? But if you are in a wolf form, then I think you would get the advantage of the keen smell.
Okay.
So yeah, you could use. I think you would use your stats, but you could, if you want to do, assuming perception, then you would do it at advantage with the wolf keen smell.
Okay. Excellent. All right, let's try it.
All right, Io. The rest of your party kind of trudges forward, and you can see, as you creep, you lock on to a scent, and it's a very smells like a dirty human smell, I guess. Somebody that's like a mixture of like BO and just been outdoors for a long time. Just kind of a unwashed person, I guess, is what you're smelling. And you've locked on, and you can see this person where you smell them first. And then as your party moves up a certain distance, you can see this figure, creeps up and tries to keep the same, even maybe lets a little bit more distance. Maybe they realize they got too close for a second. And then kind of goes to the next area, but definitely furtively watching. And then you can almost see they don't have any kind of light source, and it's getting dark. And you can see they're furtively looking at the rest of your group kind of up in the distance as you, if you want to approach, it would be a stealth check for you. Otherwise, you can just approach if you want to do it that way. But you have definitely found, and they appear to be a human woman.
Okay, I will approach stealthily. Can I see if they're armed?
Give me a stealth check and a perception check. This one probably not advantage. I don't know if you can smell if they're armed.
That's fine. Okay, so stealth. I get a
I smell like
plus
gunpowder.
4.
So.
I was just thinking that, like, maybe you could smell some armaments.
I get a plus 4 to stealth as a wolf.
Yeah.
So
I'd
I'm just
say you
gonna
could
roll a
use that.
d20.
Sure.
Yeah, I'll just roll a
And
d20
Matthias
then.
always smells like lavender for some reason.
Hmm.
So that's a 14 on stealth, and then perception is going to be a nat 20. No, I'm
Wow.
sorry. Why did it roll with
Oh,
advantage? Ignore that.
yeah.
It's a 12.
12. Okay.
Damn it.
Stealth of 10. Okay.
No, stealth of 14.
Oh, stealth of 14. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Okay. You think that woman is looking around, and you like step on a twig and you freeze for a second, and you think she's about to turn around, and then she doesn't, and allows you to creep up a little bit closer. And your perception sees that it's kind of hard to tell from your point of view. If she has any weapons or anything. She seems to be wearing a lot of like. She does have what looks like leather armor on, but it's all very like dirty, and hair is like very unkempt, and just appears to be just messy in general. And you just can't quite tell from your position if there's any weapons hidden under all of her various traveling gear, basically.
Okay. If I try to scare her and chase her, would I chase her directly into the line of where the rest of my party is on the road to get her out of hiding and into view?
If she were to just, yeah, if you think she would act like you're a sheepdog, basically, and she would go in that direction, then yeah, you think you could aim your charge in that way for sure.
Okay. I'm going to howl for two purposes. One, to alert the group, and two, to try to scare the bejesus out of her. And then I'm going to charge at her as if I'm trying to like funnel her out into the open. Not to attack, but just to kind of like herd her out of hiding.
Okay. You howl and charge at her angrily, and she immediately twirls around, and you see that she has this look of a scared woman on the road, but then as you charge and howl, looking like just a wolf about to charge at her, she suddenly snarls with an inhuman growl and pulls a blade ready to attack. So I'm going to put you on this map. And those of you who hear the howl,
Game on.
You may be things are getting dark now, so it may actually be slightly out of the vision, but you can see basically in the lower left corner is kind of where this is taking place, and all of you are alerted to this. And I'm going to ask for some initiative here.
Yeah, we would be Matthias and towards the back.
I've got you two on the same horse, if that's okay. I didn't know what the plan was for that.
Would have attempted to get one from them, but not sure if they'd cough up a horse.
Yeah.
Now, wait, I'm confused. Matthias is not your horse.
This is an important
Okay,
thing to establish.
sorry. I thought that was the name of your horse.
I'm sorry, sir. I've been referring to you as the horse the whole time.
We've been horsing around this whole time.
I was like, oh, he named his steed. Okay, cool.
No.
Me too.
No.
I was
I'm
like,
confused.
should I name my horse?
So you guys in conversation, you guys would have discovered that Matthias was a squire attached to my unit 10 years ago during the war. And so he has been underground this whole time, and called him back into service. So he looks to be like in his probably be later 20s, but he was not a true hussar like Alaric was. So he does carry a rapier and a spear, similar to the way you've seen Alaric be equipped. Wears leather armor. A lot of his stuff, it looks like Alaric may have given him some of his old gear, is what it looks like.
Okay.
But
Gotcha.
yeah, he's he's been involved in camp conversations, especially in the mornings. But tends to keep to himself, rather quiet, and tends to be a little shy, backwards, and kind of keeps his head down and his head covered.
Okay. Got it. Thank you for clarification.
Pictures are worth 1,000 words.
So the horse is unnamed.
The horse is without a name. Yes.
What I really want to know is your horse's name.
Belvedere.
But don't.
As soon as you name your horse, it dies.
Right,
So,
yeah. Don't get too attached. If you would like, Io, you were obviously surprising this figure. You didn't necessarily mean to attack. You specifically you were just gonna maybe run and scare this person, but
Right.
maybe as you see them snarl and you can see kind of the effect they're giving maybe get messed up a little bit. Like the hair this person's wearing, suddenly it like the whole wig kind of shifts a little bit. If you would like to attack when you see this, then I will let you do that as a surprise round.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, this is my first time using a wolf in combat, so let's see what I got here.
Oh, that is true. Do I need to share? Do you have that one?
I just added a special attack on my character sheet for it.
Okay.
Let's see if it works.
Yeah, let me
So
know. If I
I'm
need to-
missing Alaric and Torben from the turn order. Are they in yours?
Yeah, me too.
Oh yeah, he'll make sure to
If they're in
to
yours, that's fine.
roll initiative, or did I
Uh,
just open it too late?
Did.
You
Did you
did.
guys forget to click on your
It did.
token
My
first?
thing said you wanted to send this result to the turn tracker, but a valid token was not selected.
Yeah, make sure to click on your token first, your token, and then click the initiative button. And I can change it to the first thing you rolled. Be
Okay.
fairsies.
Let's see if that will... There we go. Okay.
Okay, is that correct though? That's my question. All right, dire wolf attack.
Or I guess you guys can change it too.
+5 to hit. Okay, +5 to hit. So I must have rolled a 2. I do get pack tactics though, but we are
Not
still
near
too
your
far away
pack.
from the group.
However,
right, got it. Okay.
you were attacking from stealth, so I would give you advantage on the attack.
All right, I will take that advantage. See if this works this time. How is it?
Of course,
that
you
I'm
can't
rolling
roll
the
2
exact
2s.
same
That's not going to
thing?
work.
Seriously?
Yeah,
Did it really just do that?
I think so.
Okay. Hopefully it's not how I programmed it in here.
I mean, it looks legit for mine. It may just be that you were startled by the fact that this person, who you were maybe just looking to scare, suddenly looks at you and seems to be a lot more inhumanly stronger and more aggressive than you're expecting, and pulling out a blade and literally snarling at you almost like an animal. But the good news is that's the end of the surprise round, so now we go to Rye is the first to respond to the wolf howl. Although at the moment you may not be quite sure what the situation is.
So can I come down? So you said I see them over here?
You heard, yeah, that's where you heard that wolf howl come from. By the way, I'm giving,
Okay.
I'm assuming your wagon has some torches on it, so that's where the light is coming from.
Okay. So I jump off my horse, unnamed, and start heading down towards the howl. Do I see? But I see IO attack,
At this point,
Yes, you
and I can see the knife draw.
from your point of view, yes, you maybe haven't quite seen what this figure necessarily looks like, but you can probably see that they're clearly now wielding a weapon, and this wolf is now in this person's face, like trying to attack them.
Okay. I as soon as I see the flame from the torch on the blade, I go ahead and try to shoot with my pistol drawn. $12 to hit?
No, actually. This person is wearing at least good adventuring leather armor and appears to be quite nimble.
Right.
Gunshot goes off.
All right, and I'm just going to hide behind this tree a little bit.
All right, this figure will attempt to strike at you, Io Wolf, although now realizing quickly that she is going to be caught in a spot, having just heard a bullet whiz past her. Let's see. 14.
That's the AC of the wolf.
AC of the wolf, yep. Ooh, that's max damage. 10 piercing damage.
Ouch. I'm gonna just track that on note paper here.
What I like to do is you can actually fill in the red with whatever the wolf's hit points
okay.
are, and then you could track that. Kind of do the same thing for temporary hit points as well, which is basically what
Excellent.
your wild shape hit points are.
Perfect.
So she does this swing out with the blade, slicing at you, and then she, with her other hand, is free. But you notice she's what were kind of disguised as maybe long nails are actually these wicked long claws that come slashing at you. Oh.
You know what?
Hey,
I'm keeping track.
Hey,
how many crits against me.
you started this fight. Oh, that's that's a crit. I rolled terrible damage on the crit dice though. For 13 damage, and I also need a Constitution saving throw to avoid the. At this point, you're pretty sure she is some form of ghoul with the paralyzing claws.
Okay. Con is me or wolf?
I believe that is the wolf. Is that what we determined? Physical is the shape.
We'll do D20.
Should be like a rhyme for this.
Yeah, and then their con is a +2. I don't think it has any. I don't see any other advantages on the stat sheet for it.
I am.
+2, I think.
I'm gonna
Do
give
you
you a.
have?
I was gonna say.
Do you have inspiration?
I am gonna. If you don't, I'm gonna give you inspiration because I loved how you turned around and started tracking the tracker.
Okay.
Otherwise, I was gonna yell out and give her my inspiration. Like,
Okay.
You got this.
Then
I will
that's a
give you
reroll?
inspiration for tracking and basically figuring out that this may have been a dangerous foe trying to track you, who was maybe trying to trick you.
Worse.
Oh my gosh. you know what? Stan fucking called it earlier with the con saves with this party. It just does not work out. You are paralyzed from the claws. And it gets worse.
Great.
As the DM looks up what paralyzed means. That's a bad one. Yeah, that's bad. Attacks of advantage and attacks against you have crits if they're within 5 feet of you. I was merciful with the advantage, but now a third attack as she rakes you with the claws, notices you're paralyzed. She kind of grabs your fur, leans in close, and you can see now fully she had this like a makeup on to try to make herself look like a human, and it's just all ghoul under there, and she just opens her mouth and bites right on the scruff of the neck with advantage. 14.
Yep.
And that is an auto crit because you're paralyzed, so I get to roll another 2d8 for damage. 18 damage total.
I am back to Io. That is an evil laugh.
Yes, it was. Sneak up on my spies, will you? I also are
Is that
actually. Are you? I don't think you're humanoid. Are you?
Nope.
Gear 4. You're probably some sort of construct.
Oh wait, well the dire wolf is a large beast. First of all,
Yeah.
so I don't know if that made any difference to any of her attacks.
The paralyze works fine, but it's this Darakul fever that
Okay.
I'm worried about. But I actually, because I don't think you can actually be infected with it.
I think she's immune to disease.
I don't know if she's a humanoid either.
I don't think I am.
Yeah. But you are no longer a wolf currently.
Correct.
All right. But you are still conscious, which is annoying her.
Cool. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. And then she's startled when the wolf suddenly, when she thought, we'd have died by now, suddenly turns into this gearforged figure. And you can tell she kind of now suddenly realizing the situation that she may be in, kind of looking around and feeling like she's now trying to suss out the entire situation. And she is going to maybe try to move behind cover. That's going to actually provoke an attack for opportunity from you, Io, if you want to use your reaction.
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Um.
I'll try to get
Well, let's see.
more behind
Can
these
I-
bushes.
I guess it would just be my. Quarterstaff then. Am I prone as Io, or am I standing upright?
I don't think there's any rules about being knocked into prone necessarily, so no.
is she
Okay.
still
paralyzed?
paralyzed?
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
You're still
my-
paralyzed. Sorry. That's true.
Yeah. So ignore that
Yep.
attack.
Yep. You're right. I'm sorry. For paralyze, you can repeat the save at the end of each of your turns.
Okay.
Yep.
So ignore that roll.
Torben.
All right. Well, Torben can see enough to see that there's definitely battle happening over there, right? 'Cause
For
I can
sure.
see it's kind of. I can just I could see the token. I can't see the token now.
Barely, you say?
Barely?
Barely, you say?
Oh, here we go.
I
Wait,
heard you
I
try
gotta
to
get my tracker for that.
Yep, add it to the tracker.
Put it on the board.
Right. So Torben will pull his maul off his back and charge forward into battle. So I'll go ahead. Let's see, and that's gonna be has pretty far.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll go ahead and use dash and rage.
Okay.
So he lets out a bit of a war cry as he charges forward.
And is that the action to dash too?
Yeah.
Okay. You can see the effect is immediate. You see Io there paralyzed, obviously not looking good. And then you see this, what looks like and you have heard, maybe you haven't quite seen, or maybe you have, depending on, I forget the backstory. Were you also from the Krakovan region?
Yes.
Okay. So you probably have dealt with Darakul, which are a higher rank of ghoul who are just a lot more sentient and organized and have built this entire empire in Midgard's version of the underworld. And seeing them on the surface is not a very common occurrence. Like ghouls, they kind of share that sunlight sensitivity. So they're usually not out, certainly during the day, but just on the surface in general. But you're pretty certain this is what this figure is, because they're essentially a ghoul wearing armor, wielding weapons, and generally being pretty knowledgeable and tactical. However, on the flip side, this woman is completely startled by your appearance. Whatever she was tracking or getting her intel on, she did not hear about you. And seeing this fucking bearfolk just roar up to her has suddenly almost made her like drop her weapon as she just like stares up at you. So the effect is satisfying from your end, at least. Io, unfortunately, all you get to do is try to shake off the paralyzation, which is a DC 13 con save. And you do. That is the end of your turn, but at least you are no longer paralyzed.
Okay, cool.
So you are and I like to think that was Torben just roaring it out of you, basically. Just completely shook it out with a battle cry. Snapped you back to your senses. Alaric.
All right, let's move the brute squad down using our horse. I don't have control of the horse, so if you can move us down to that.
Oh, my bad. I forgot to give you guys controls these tonight.
You have
I'll
to
just
name
say
something
full-
or control something.
Sure.
If you could move Belvedere for me,
If you move
down.
yourself, I will put the horse where you want to go. Let's say that. I need to... It's okay.
Horse has what,
Mr.
50 feet of
Belvedere.
movement.
Yeah, if you move
It's
your...
50.
Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
And says horse movement, and then for fun, gonna break out a new one that hasn't been done before. The grave always hungers. I need 2 scarab swarms, please. One on either side of her,
Oh, Lord.
or one in the bushes and one bit behind. Well, yeah. Yep.
Oh, maybe it's under... I thought I did this whenever you told me.
And then he'll turn to Matthias and say, "Defend Io."
You summon insects.
2 of those.
Yeah.
And I can put them one on each side of her.
Okay.
So. And then
I know. I
Tell
took...
me tell Matthias to go defend Io. So he will go and be in the same square as one of those scarab swarms.
Did they... make one initiative roll for both swarms.
Yep.
Hold a 20 for their initiative.
And then we don't have Matthias of it there either, so he would be blocking your spy from Io.
Okay, so he runs up there.
Yeah, he's going to be blocking, so she can't get another hit on Io,
Gotcha.
because the swarms can be share space. So as Alaric does that, you just see, the grave always hungers, and these carrion beetles come up out of the ground.
Pretty effective. She is not looking too happy about any of this.
That's cool.
Lucian.
Can I see her from behind the bush there? Where I am.
You can see her and
I'll-
target her. Yeah, she would be considered to have some cover from the angle that she's at, which is why she dove back there. But you can definitely still see and target her.
All right. Actually, I'll do this from the back of the wagon. I went to question her, see why she was sneaking around, and I'm going to point at her and cast Levitate.
I did not expect that.
Is a con saving throw.
Okay, I have not seen an aggressive levitate since I think my Lost Mine of Phandelver campaign. That takes me back. Wow. All right, this is.
Rye says thank you.
This just became a skeet shoot for you.
She did not have advantage, so it fails either way.
All right.
And she rises vertically up to 20 feet, so however.
Maybe 10 feet. Can the melee people still reach if she only goes 10 feet up?
I think so, yeah.
All right. That's as
Or
far as
height,
I'll go
yeah.
then. Yeah, I'll go 10 feet then.
Okay. And I believe she has no locomotion, right? Yeah, this is like force power,
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah.
Just without the choking.
Yeah.
The target can move only by pushing or pulling against a fixed object or surface within reach, and there is nothing. She's in the middle of outdoors. Yeah. She is hissing angrily about this. That was a really.
I will go.
Yeah, good. I like that
I'll
move
go
because
just a little bit
what Ryan was
closer.
saying, she was behind cover, and now you just lifted her up out of the cover. This is some video game combo stuff now. All right, Ryan.
All right, so I switched to the musket.
It is a skeet shoot.
And and boom.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you advantage because she is just floating in the air and can't really take advantage of any of her movement very well.
All right, second. I mean, oh my goodness.
I would just like to say I've been giving you guys lots of advantages, and every
Yeah.
time it's just been not good rolls.
I'm going to use my inspiration because I can't fail 3 times. 16.
Yeah.
16 does hit.
Now, super odd, 11 piercing each time, which sounds ridiculous.
You're right. That is weird. Hold it. Yep.
If it's a sling bullet is bludgeoning, but a musket ball is piercing. Huh?
Yep.
Must be that higher velocity.
It's got the shaped. Talking about Full Metal Jacket bullets or something. Armor piercing rounds.
Tumbling.
Mm-hmm. All right, for a very satisfying, you guys finally damage her for the first time after lifting her up and shooting. She hisses, but she's also just like flailing in the air and now like looking around frantically. The swarms are next.
So, this is what I'd love to do.
Yep.
Since Matthias is carrying a spear, I'd like to make a bridge. Have Matthias hold the spear up and have the swarm go right up Matthias.
Just
and just
crawl
cover
up
her.
there.
Yep.
Does
March
that
up there.
give her an object to push off of?
If he left the spear there, maybe.
Okay.
But I'll allow it. I think it's fun. I guess I'll roll for the swarms real quick. Well, let me see if I can give you character sheet actually.
Arm control.
Swarm control. Yeah, I could do that. Okay, you should have control. You might have to scroll down in the journals to whatever it's under. Monsters. Appendix C, monsters.
Swarm of beetles.
Yeah, it's under Swarm of Beetles.
Okay.
Scarab is a flavor of beetle.
Okay.
And that is a terrible, terrible roll. The other one with a 13. I will give advantage though because she is floating. So we'll count that as one swarm, and 13 does not.
That's
actually
swarm
hit.
1.
Yeah,
okay.
so that's swarm
and
1.
then swarm 2 with advantage.
That will hit.
It's all over it.
Yeah, that one swarms
All right.
over. Gets in there.
Okay. And says 44.
You can just click on that attack button and it'll just do the damage for you.
It's not, unfortunately.
Right there on the... Here, I can do it for you.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
4, 8. Alright, the swarm of beetles end up stinging and biting their way all up on, and unfortunately she doesn't have a whole lot of options other than trying to attack the beetles, I guess.
Don't cut yourself.
Yeah. So yeah, she'll be stabbing at these beetles meanwhile. We'll hit one for 10 damage, although I think the beetles have that, or swarms have the, the damage resistance. That's a brutal.
Yep.
She'll rake at them with her claws.
That hits.
13, which is halved. Although I think well, I don't know if the paralyze would work because it's a swarm.
Yeah, they're immune to that.
Yeah, oh, that's true. They have conditioned immunities. And she'll be fighting them. My triple attack. So we got, what, 5, 6, and 5?
22. If she's hitting all one swarm, she's reduced me to one swarm.
Okay.
Or I have 2 half hit point swarms.
We'll just do reduced to 1 swarm. That's the easiest thing to keep track of.
Okay.
Alright, so she takes one of them down, but still has another swarm crawling over her. And at this point, she is howling in rage and a little bit of fear, given that you are all just surrounding her and she can't quite escape. She's like doing some Looney Tunes crap, trying to get some purchase.
So she's up off the ground, but it's, I mean, Torben being tall and with a maul can still reach her?
Yeah,
Okay.
she's definitely still in melee, yeah.
Alright. So, reaching back with the maul with a nice hard, like woodcutter overhead swing there. You said this.
You have advantage
with her.
You have advantage also because she's floating in the air. 19 does hit. 13. Jeez.
So, and with the hit, several like blue ghostly bears surround her to kind of distract her and interfere with her efforts.
Oh boy. Give an attack in your turn because the target of the warriors hinder its attacks till the starting next turn. The target has disadvantage the attack roll that isn't against you. Okay. That's actually kind of a cool taunting effect. Alright, yeah, she's assaulted by ghostly bears who are distracting her. And she's not looking terribly good, although you know she's taken certainly a pounding that would have killed a normal ghoul by now. However, you all have fought one Derek-ghoul before, as you recall. It did not do nice things to Alaric. Io...
Vividly remember that.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a question.
Huh?
If I cast Thorn Whip, do I have to pull her anywhere, or can I just use it to do straight up attack?
Does it say up to, or does it say you have to pull? That's probably a good question.
I think it says it's your choice.
Yeah, up
You can
to
choose.
10 feet, so it can be 0.
Okay,
Just
perfect.
crack that whip.
Then I am going to extend my arm, and you're gonna see these like vines and thorns extend from my arm, and I'm gonna shoot Thorn Whip at her.
Hey!
20.
Look at that. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
Payback.
Yeah. Your dice aren't as big as mine, at least.
We are not. I mean, I am not trying to kill her. I'm trying to subdue her.
Really? Even still? That's impressive. Or 6 damage. But you know what that does do, which is trigger some massive damage. He needs to make a con save. Alright, she withstands any effects of the big critical hit. It's just an arms race with me and Io with these freaking nat 20s. It's crazy. All right, she is certainly getting more and more damage though. Alaric. $18 does hit.
4-3. I don't have non-lethal damage.
You do note that your necrotic damage doesn't do as much damage to her as you were expecting. She's not immune to it, but it does do some. Lucian?
Yeah, so she now has a skeletal hand just holding onto her.
Gotcha.
I don't have anything non-lethal really either. I could. Yeah, I'll mind sliver. Intelligence saving throw.
Intelligence saving.
2 psychic.
Alright.
Takes 2 psychic.
Yes, she does. With a headache there. Rye?
Alright, it should be noted I'm shooting non-lethally.
Take out their kneecaps.
Shooting
crazy.
non-lethally. As he rolls a critical hit. This guy. Just aims for the head. My non-lethal attack. That is not a killing blow, but certainly did a lot of damage. And triggers another massive damage roll. How many nat 20s we rolled in this one fight? Good lord. But once again, she staves off the trauma. Yeah. She's looking really torn up, though, after that blast just tears a nice chunk of flesh.
I start reloading, but it's actually reload.
Yep. Alright, the swarm can do its thing. That will hit.
Okay. And like I said, it doesn't let me roll damage.
You just... There you
Oh,
go.
wait, there it is.
Yep, you just gotta
Okay.
click that.
All right.
11. Also not a killing blow, but now she's starting to sag and look like if she were
Has beetles crawling in and out of underneath
Yeah.
her armor and
little open bits.
yep.
And she is... You imagine that if she were going to surrender, she would do so because of how just she looks. From all of you can tell, like she is just oozing out whatever bits of pus and things that undead can still leak. Sorry to wait, my wife is working the ice machine. Okay. And that she would absolutely surrender, and yet she doesn't seem like she wants to do that. Instead, she snarls, and she's still got the bugs crawling over you, but she kind of just sees the writing on the walls and just lashes out at the nearest ones that she can reach, because since I allowed Torben and Matthias to strike at her with melee, then she will do the same. She kind of... well, first she'll strike out at Torben. We'll do the claws first. 14.
14 meets, yep.
All right.
She can reach us.
Yes, because if I allow you guys to melee her, then she can melee you.
Okay.
But she can't move anywhere. For 12 slashing, and I need a con save against paralyzation.
Okay. And the slashing would be halved because of
That's,
rage.
yep, sure would. Ooh, the curse of the bad cons has not yet washed over you, I see. Then she will... she'll look at Matthias and speak, and I think I've asked this before. Do any of you understand Darakul, the language?
Alaric does.
Okay. Alaric, you hear her say something to the effects of... that in the guttural Darakul language. To
Matthias would respond, "Do not speak to me in such a foul language." And he would say that in common.
Okay. She hisses and slashes at him with the sword.
That hits. Yep. That'll leave a mark.
Yeah. And I'm gonna say that because she's floating, she can't actually get a good purchase on her bite attack.
Okay, so she gets so disadvantage on.
Ah, thank you.
Yeah.
Because of the spirits.
Ah, the spirits. You're right. We did forget about the spirits. On all these attacks, I need to do the first one again, don't I?
Oh, no, only
no,
on not him.
Oh,
Yeah.
on anybody other. Gotcha. Okay, let's just roll that one again. Aha, see,
Doesn't matter.
That's how you do the rerolls right there.
Wow. Wow.
Yep.
Is it on each one that she doesn't?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, that's all that she's able to do. Torben, you see her looking pretty bad and try to talk to this Matthias in a strange language.
So, and the short sword hit there is going to be with resistance.
Oh, wow.
So half damage.
Oh, very nice. I like this effect.
That is a cool effect, yeah. Disadvantage on attack rolls
Resist-
against you. And if it
and
does hit,
resistance.
the target has resistance to damage.
I like this a lot.
Yeah, that's cool.
So Matthias is barely damaged.
I'm afraid that is probably something you'll have to
That's
remind
true.
me of the first couple times until I get used to that ability.
It's totally fine. Yeah, no worries. All right. So I don't think Torben's quite picked up on the non effects. It seems like everybody's still laying it. So he's going to continue to lay.
Yeah,
Service.
fair. She doesn't seem like she wants to surrender, even though you know just by telling her that she is really Jeez, another crit? Are we kidding here?
I
Wow.
think the force of that put her into orbit.
I think so.
Wow.
This helium balloon just goes down the path.
Yeah. Yeah, with I think that's exactly what happens. You just like crash into her, like crunch, and you hear bones cracking and snapping, and her neck just like twists around. And she gives one final hiss and just floats in the air because Lucian's is the one keeping her there.
Is she still up?
No.
Well, technically floating in
Oh
the
yeah. Technically, she is physically up, but
Okay.
she has
Yep.
been slain.
I asked for that. I asked for that. You're right.
Dedoops. Excellent. On with a thorough search of her body, you find a note written in the Darkul language that Alaric you can translate, that has descriptions of all of you except Torben, and the last couple places you visited and things that you've done, and notes to basically keep tabs on all of you, and make sure you don't disrupt any plans. Notes that, considered armed and dangerous, essentially, like, don't engage if you can. Just keep us informed. And then at the very bottom it says, may the hunger god bless you, and it's signed Vukus Shroudson.
Him again. I would definitely read that out loud to the rest of the party. And I'll tell Matthias once we're all done taking care of the body, and if there's no other loot or whatnot, I'll have Matthias dispose of the body for us.
The only piece of loot you find is a good one that she probably would have liked to use had she been given the good opportunity before being surrounded. And that is a bag that I think you can just identify this, which is a bag of dust of disappearance.
Ooh.
Which I thought I added in here, but maybe. There's enough in it for one use. When you use an action to throw the dust into the air, you and each creature and object within 10 feet of you become invisible for 2d4 minutes. The duration is the same for all subjects, and the dust is consumed when its magic takes effect. If a creature affected by the dust attacks or casts spell, the invisibility ends for that creature. Imagine she would have liked to use that if she had a chance of doing that.
And Lucian, as soon as you bring her body down to the ground, the beetles scurry over to Alaric, and he just holds his cloak out, and they go up inside of his cloak.
I think you caused more psychic damage than just from the...
So you
From
said
that image,
you read the note to sort of relay it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Torben will definitely react with the name at the end, Vulcus. Kind of perk up and definitely takes note, where before he was kind of just not really paying attention until that part.
I assume I noticed that reaction.
Yeah, and you all recognize this name as well. I don't know if I need to recap that part of it, but that was a note you all found a couple sessions ago from the temple in Zobek, which seemed to be of a higher ranking Darakul, and then when you met with Trehild, she was able to inform you that, for my notes, Vukus Shroudson is a Darakul Shadowmancer and Spy Master, and presumably still operating in Krakovan, and is considered to be the right arm of one Radomir Marrowblight, who is a high priest of Vertizane, who is the hunger god. I know that's a lot of proper names. But certainly a major player within the Imperium.
Lucian will go up to Alaric and kind of take him to the side. Alaric, we've been followed. You have to be careful. We'll lead them right to to the queen.
That is a very, very excellent point. Any ideas how we can make sure that we're not having others follow us?
So have to be more careful. And
I think we may be able to split up when we hit the city. I know Matthias is a good horseman, and he would be willing to stay outside the city gates with the wagon horses while some of us still went in. Maybe keep an eye on Kovac and Bon.
I was gonna say you could have
Just
that, have
probably a
Kovac
little
and Bond
bit.
do that as well.
yeah.
kind of split up, and so if we are being followed by it would increase our chances of not being discovered.
Send them on a wild goose chase. Perhaps we could change appearance too. Just want to be careful about this.
Well, when I change appearance, people tend to get rather frightened. So I'm not sure how effective I can be at that.
You do note when you get to look over her body that she was definitely, equipped for travel, and she also had a wig and makeup and perfume and basically everything to mask the fact that she was a undead. So you would think that maybe her initial plan was, if she was found out, she would have tried to go with a ruse. But because she was cleverly attacked by what she thought was a random ass wolf in the woods behind her, she actually played her hand early. Thus, you were able to see her for who she was.
Can we take all that stuff and maybe kind of throw
Yeah.
together a little makeshift disguise kit from it?
Yeah, I think so. I like that idea a lot.
Okay. When you two return to the group, Aya will actually look at Alaric and say, "What did she say to you?"
Oh, she was insulting Matthias. It's a ghoul insult. Probably just recognizing him from being from Krakovar. Something about us not being loyal to their god or something like that.
When you guys camp for the night and then continue on, that feeling of being watched that you've been having for some time finally seems to abate. And at least for the moment, you do not think you are currently being tracked or followed, as you spend another day or two on the road before you reach the city of Coriasan. The Dornitian border town of Coriasan has swelled sixfold with the influx of refugees from Krakovar, surrounding the town in a huge encampment. The poor tent city is patrolled by Dornitian soldiers, who are majority elvish, but undead continue to raid the beleaguered town and those trying to seek refuge. As you recall, you were told you were given a letter of introduction from the general at the Black Fortress, and we're told that the Court-in-Exile is currently at a lord's manor of House Cavanto, and told you to basically show this letter to the guards. And it sounded like you were using Matthias and maybe Bon and Kovac to kind of distract or give chase to any would-be prying eyes and ears. And you've done, like I said, the road, you haven't been assaulted at all since then, or haven't felt anything, but now you're approaching another, major area of civilization.
That last morning, before we reached the town, as we're packing up camp, I will actually take the wig and I will don the wig
Okay.
and kind of look at the group. What do you think?
It looks like a like a George Washington wig, like something like a powder wig, except it's colored like auburn, like a reddish hue, but it looks like just like when you see it up close, it looks like just the fakest ass wig you've ever seen.
Perfect.
But you make it work. It's like
So you kind of look like Rosie the Robot then.
Yeah.
The chested.
It's very becoming.
I like you better the way you are.
Well, for this purpose, I think maybe covering my head might be better.
Assuming you all head straight to the castle. The castle stands on a hill in the center of the small city. Its large round tower easily visible from the gates. The town itself is not necessarily gated off. Like I said, it's just a big tent city, so it's kind of chaos. And you can tell like the town guards and everything are just overwhelmed by the number of people here. Clearly refugees outnumber the citizens of this town. But everybody's in really bad shape. I mean, this is just a humanitarian crisis, basically. Still, the actual invasion was 10 years ago, but it's still just an ongoing catastrophe for the people, and this town is literally just on the edge, so they get a lot of refugees coming in. When you show the letter to the guard, who looks like a full stately paladin, very well-kept armor and highly armed, and he nods at that, and then kind of ushers you all into the castle gates outside, and then shows it to another guard. That guard looks you all over, and then basically subjects you. He begins casting a spell. It says, "Can't be too careful," and he ends up casting that you realize basically detect evil and good. And he's trying to screen for any undead in your party. Which I believe dhampirs are not undead.
We are not undead.
Yeah, you might look a little creepy.
Pale.
Yeah, a little palish. But you do pass as essentially daywalkers. And he does give you all like kind of a little bit of a glance. Although dhampirs are also not unheard of. It certainly does happen, but that doesn't mean dhampirs are all good people either. So, but he does that, and everybody seems to check out. So he goes into the castle and comes back out, and you are ushered into an ornately decorated antechamber inside this manor. And then you
How
are...
far away did we leave the wagon and stuff, if I may ask? Like at the castle gates? Just wondering.
You probably had to leave... Well, were you still having the others pilot their things and going in different directions, or are you literally pulling up to the... Because I thought you kind of left the wagon behind.
We'd probably like to leave them outside of.
Right, that's what I was going with. Yeah, I didn't think they made it to the
Okay.
castle. I think they were literally like going in different, staying in the town vicinity, but not being near the castle, so you could kind of throw off any would-be pursuers. Yeah,
Just making sure. Thank you.
They're not near. And then you have to wait for probably an hour of just having to wait around in this antechamber. It's probably strange to be on the road fighting for your life at one moment, and then a couple days later just waiting in this, lobby basically with the equivalent of like hotel music playing. And then finally, you are brought into this lovely grand hall with a high ceiling, large chandeliers, and a long, solid oak table. Seated at the table are 4 humans, 2 men and 2 women. One of the women is seated at the head of the table, wearing a gold crown draped with pearls and a flowing gown of cream and gold. Lucian and Alaric, you both instantly recognize Queen Ursula of Krakovan. The younger woman bears a striking resemblance to the older woman. Her hair is tied back in a high ponytail, and she wears priest's robes. Alaric, you recognize the holy symbol of Wotan draped around her neck.
Cool.
All of you recognize one of the men. It is Archduke Avgost Walurska, the man that you have been looking at in this sketch that you've had for some time. Brother-in-law to the queen and the man from the sketch. His curved mustache is even more impressive in the flesh, and he wears a breastplate beneath his furred cape. The final figure is one none of you recognize, an older gray-haired man dressed in the fine clothes of nobility. And as you enter, the nobles appear to be in the middle of a heated conversation, with Duke Avgost standing and addressing the others, and General Whitebeard's letter open in front of him.
Before we'd walked in, I will have changed my cloak into my hussar regalia.
Okay.
And who wants to do the main talking for this? Would it be Lucian?
I can, sure.
I will give you, tell you, represent our people well, and you have a bardic inspiration. Give you a d6.
Thank you.
And as you are,
I'm muted.
and you've got
Guidance.
you've got, and you've been having guards, and not just like guards, but like paladins and knights like around you. And they open the doors as you walk in, and they seem to be these figures in the middle of a conversation. And you hear the Archduke is standing and saying, "You see, the Empire is afraid of what we are capable of. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but your talks with the beloved Imperatrix have taken years and gotten us nowhere. We're to take back our country. We need to look north, not west. Allow me to journey to Jost and seek an alliance with the Dwarven Reavers. Held the bastards off this whole time and done far more." At this point, everyone has noticed you all file into the room, and the older gray-haired man stands up immediately and walks over to you and says, "Oh, my name is Lord Alonso Cavanto, Lord of Coriasin. Welcome to my city and my home." And I think before we kick this off, we're actually going to take a break right here, and we will return with a big social scene. So everybody in about 5 to 10 minutes.
All right.
back from our break time. And you all have what looks to be found the Court-in-Exile, the some, or for all as you know, the remaining nobility and ruling court, previously ruling court of that country was conquered by the undead. You are being introduced by the man that none of you recognized, who introduced himself as Lord Alonso Cavanto, who you recognize the last name, obviously, as this being his house, and he introduced himself as the ruler, the lord of this city. And he says, these are the adventurers whom the General Whitebeard has sent with his blessing. Apparently they have some information for all of you, important enough to risk seeing you in person. Would all please introduce yourselves to the court?
Lucian will be in kind of shock that even though he knew the queen was alive, seeing it is kind of like emotion kind of washes over him. He will go down on one knee and just like, my liege, I am Lucian Drago.
Alaric would follow suit. Say, Your Grace, Your Majesty, bow. Say, Lancer Alaric Veronin, 3rd Hussars.
She nods respectfully to both of you.
I would follow and also do the same and introduce myself as well.
And then introduce the rest of the group.
She says, so this is of personal matter to some of you then?
Very personal, Queen.
Must understand this is dangerous to be meeting with anyone. Lord Cavanto here barely lets me leave his home. She kind of has a wry smile on her face, and the Lord looks flustered at that. Majesty, it's very... And she kind of holds up a hand. I understand. There's many of my people out there. It breaks my heart to see them like this, to see all of us like this. Have been trying for years to appeal to the beloved Imperatrix, which even those of you that don't know your Midgard history would recognize the name of the that's the title of the ruling queen of the elves of Dornig. Now that the undead are at their borders. But... And the Archduke says, but it hasn't been going well. Your Majesty, with all due respect. And now with this sketch from the ghouls, I think it means they are afraid of what we can accomplish. That's why we need to stop hiding behind these walls and seeking out the elves. The elves will do nothing. They're Empire is in decline. Always has been. The real ones who are making progress are the dwarves of the north. Reavers. The only ones who've been able to push back the undead. It's through them that we can gain an alliance. And she kind of nods at that and says, but please, and she turns back to all of you, tell us why you have come. What can you do for us?
Well, I will not bore you with details, but we started in Zobek. Councilman Firedrake, he set all these wheels in motion. From there, traveled north. We have discovered that the Imperium and vampires seem to be working together again. There was mention of an unholy alliance. We were set out to search for some sort of a shroud. Sister Adelind.
At the mention
It
of
seems to be
that,
at the center of this.
yeah, she reacts. And the woman next to her, who bears a striking resemblance to her, also reacts to that. They kind of look at each other. She says, Sister Adelind. Yes. I've heard that... and you recall that it was Queen Ursula who declared her a saint after her death. Says, yes, a legendary hero of our people, of course. I had heard rumors that a piece of her robes has been given some divine light, some power to harm the dead, the undead. But this was never substantiated. Weren't sure if it was just the people holding on to some bit of hope. But if it's true, that could be a mighty weapon. Or even just a symbol would do wonders. Do you have any idea where it would be? And unfortunately, yeah, you were not given that information. What you were given is to perhaps seek out information. Back to my same notes. In Jost. Yeah, which is what Trehill told you. The Temple of the Shield Maiden is whom Sister Adelind was a part of. And so if anybody would know the best whereabouts of such an artifact, that would be the best place to search for. And as far as anybody knows, they still have an active it's a Temple of Sif that literally used like the Norse gods in the northern parts of this world. Would be your best destination. And Archduke Avgost, from what you've just heard him say, he literally wants to go to Jost to make an alliance with the dwarves who have essentially occupied the city. And the history there is the Reaver dwarves are kind of a Viking stand-in of like coastal raiders. And certainly we're not necessarily the good guys from Jost's point of view. And yet when the undead attacked and started conquering the kingdom of Krakovar, that city reached out to the dwarves, and they came in and basically took the city and were able to repel the undead. So, in kind of a weird enemy of my enemy situation, Jost has remained free and is kind of now part of the called the Wolf Mark in that peninsula up there.
Alaric will turn to Lucian, if I may. Your Grace, speaking to the cleric, I am a priest of Wotan as well. And one other point is there was a blood cult that we stopped under Zobek. They were trying to corrupt the nobility again. We stopped a sacrifice and shut down that cult, and that is the impetus of why we were chosen to make this journey.
Yeah. She slams a fist on the table. Says, "Good, good. Yes, this is what they do. They corrupt from within. Everyone fears the undead prowling in the streets and skulking around at night, but the ones that truly we need to fear are the ones right next to us. They are expert spy masters and sowers of discontent." And she clutches her symbol and nods to you respectfully. This is good to have another member of the faithful here with us. We weren't sure if, and frankly, I'm still not sure if we can trust any of you. Trust is something that has come in short supply for us. But you have already fouled their schemes and slain the undead. That makes you at least somewhat trustworthy for me. And Alaric and Lucian, you may recall that you have, you might not have seen this person, but you recall that the king and queen had at least one adult daughter who joined the priesthood of Wotan. And she finally introduced herself as Zosia Polerska. And Queen says, if the robes is what you seek... Well, first she says, she turns to the Archduke, says, I know you're Avgost, you wish to go to Jost, but this is extremely dangerous journey. And if the Imperium are back to their schemes and searching for you, surely you should not leave now. And he looks about to argue, but then he turns to all of you, says, I need not leave alone, your majesty. Surely these fine loyalists of Krakovan will escort me to Jost. You will be well compensated, of course. You all would like to search for this relic that can aid us, and I would like to meet with the dwarven rulers, and together we start the next chapter of our country's future.
I would protect you with my life.
See, we've even got loyal Krakovans here. He grins at you, Lucian.
My oath has not wavered in 10 plus years.
The queen seems
be an
hesitant,
honor.
Go ahead.
Even if it is the last thing I see, Krakova will return to its rightful rulers.
And says,
And
well, if you're to seek such a holy relic and aid us, this certainly would be a critical mission, one that would require the utmost responsibility and secrecy, at least until getting to Jost itself. Avgast, you must know we cannot protect you once you reach this city. I'm sure these fine folks will try, but there are risks. Like I've had it staying behind these walls, and he seems like he wants to really say much, but he's kind of biting his tongue a bit. Finally, he sighs and says, "Your Majesty." Go ahead.
We've faced risks just going through the Dwarven cantons to get here.
See, Your Majesty, these folks have journeyed from as far as Zobek. It must have been a month on the road. And seen all manner of danger.
Rubs the scratches in his armor.
Yeah.
And it felt like it too.
Lord Cavanto seems very perked up at the idea of one of these members leaving. Says, Your Majesty, if I may, it doesn't have to be quite as dangerous as you think. We do have the Fey Road that you all may have forgotten about, Your Majesty. I do have an entrance to one of the old Fey Road paths here in the castle grounds. They exit to some old elven ruins to the north. It will vastly shorten the distance. I realize, of course, the Shadow Realm is not entirely safe itself, but surely it's safer than traveling through Krakovan these days. Archduke says, Yes, the Fey Road, we should, absolutely, of course. It will turn a journey of, 3 weeks into 3 days. Most of you have heard of Fey Roads in Midgard. They are usually built on powerful ley lines, and they represent various, call them portals, into the Shadow Realm, which is the native area of the Shadow Fae, like Rai. And the roads have some odd timey-wimey distillations where you stick to the road, you can end up getting to your destination much quicker through the Shadow Realm than you could over actual travel. None of you, save Rai, have ever been in the Shadow Realm.
I've been knocked unconscious enough to where I thought I was in the Shadow Realm.
Mm-hmm.
Do I know anything about the particular road that he speaks of?
Go ahead and give me that advantage Arcana check.
All right. Figured I would bust it out. 18.
Nice, 18. The roads, the main ones, the primary ones, the highways, if you will, do have names. You're pretty sure this isn't a major highway of a Fey Road. This is a minor one. But whenever Lord Kavanto can actually show it to you, and it's just kind of a nondescript green door somewhere in the Outer Bailey Castle area. And you do kind of recognize the very subtle, like, notches and marks and telltale signs of a true Fey Road. And you would know that in order to enter this particular road, you would need to stand in front of it and turn around 3 times and then open the door. And then you would be able to enter the Shadow Realm. You also know, Rai, that for the Fey Roads to properly function, you need to actually stick to the road itself. And it's generally considered much safer at that point as well. And the time distillation is true. You can travel much quicker in the Shadow Realm than you could overland. And that it does seem to check out that, and he did, Lord Kavanto mentioned this one exits in an old elven ruin. And that seems to check out because most of the Fey Roads tend to involve the Dornig region in some way, the old elven empire. And he explains that this one ends at a ruin that is now known as the Stone Galleries. But it would take you just about 300 miles north, almost to the coast. And he says, and you can confirm this, ride, that it would only take a couple days on the Fey Road.
And that's without horses, right?
Right.
So I told you, name it, you lose them. That's just the way it works.
Yeah. I mean, it does mention, like, you can try, but, like, animals are generally extremely spooked and uncomfortable in there and can often cause more problems than it's worth. Like, they just instantly, like, shy away from, they just sense, like, a wrongness, basically, and it can be, unless they're, like, the utmost trained, you know, war-capable creature, it's probably not going to even want to go in there. But you should just ignore all those warning signs. That's...
I'm all it would be an honor to be part of your escort, Your Grace.
The Zosha, the I guess essentially the princess, walks up to you, Alaric, and hands you a leather-bound book, and it's called the Tree of Knowledge, and it would be like the equivalent of the Holy Bible of, like, Wotan. And inside you find a snowdrop, like a pressed flower, basically, in the pages. And she says, "This is a symbol of our people's hope and resilience." And you probably recognize this as such. You present this to the right people, they will know to trust you and to help you. And this should open some doors with the Temple of Sif in Jost as well. The Spear Maidens do not, as a general rule, trust non-women. But show them this, and it will help. But at the same time, if you show this to the wrong people, then they will know, and it will be more dangerous. So please be careful with this object.
Thank you. It is a great honor.
The Queen says, "Well, I appreciate the loyalty that many of you profess. But you do not do this. You should not do this out of charity or loyalty. But you allow me to pay you. You must. This is a journey. You need supplies. You need to protect yourselves, arm yourselves. I have no delusions about the dangers ahead. And my coffers are not what they once were. But I can pay you as a group 500 gold pieces, and I wish it were more. But unfortunately, my assets are frozen overseas. We're in the middle of a war.
One boon that your court may be able to extend to us that would increase our capabilities and help us protect the Archduke even more effectively, is we do have some injuries that could use some attention that is beyond even my skill. Looking directly at the princess.
Okay. She says, I believe we can do that. Archduke, you are willing to wait a few days' time before leaving? Kind of nods sullenly. Very well, then yes, you can, you may stay here in town. Do be careful. We do our best of safety and secrecy. Even when I leave, I must wear disguise. And it burdens me not to give hope to my people just outside, but unfortunately there are too many eyes and ears that we cannot account for here. But I believe we can provide you some healing and respite before leaving.
Yeah. Specifically implying greater restoration to get rid of some of these lingering injuries.
Yeah. She does agree for that. She also says, and with your loyalties, and Lucian, she kind of stands up and walks over to you, and she presses a crystal vial into your hands. She says, this helped save some of our lives. We fled the country. Perhaps will help keep you alive and light your darkest hour. And you receive a vial of sunlight. This crystal vial is filled with water from a spring high in the Cold Wall Mountains and has been blessed by priestesses of Lada. You can use an action to cause the vial to emit bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for an additional 30 feet for 1 minute. The light is pure sunlight, causing harm or discomfort to vampires and other undead creatures that are sensitive to it. Once used, the vial can't be activated until the next dawn.
Do not know what to say. Thank you very much. Just want you to know that I have, in your absence, I have ferried many of our people to safety, risking my own life. The last person that I was able to get out, it would have blown my cover, was my mother. Perhaps you knew her. Helena Durago. She was one of the Slata.
You can certainly check for her. I do hope she was able to make it out okay, and I appreciate deeply your service to your country. Wish only that you did not have to dedicate your life to this. but this country owes you a great debt, and owes you all great debt. Even should this quest be unsuccessful, it fills me with more hope than I have had for some time. And then Lord Cavanto then walks over to a chest and opens it and removes a yeah, that's a good point. Removes a very nice dark blue cloak from it and says, I wasn't always a lord, you see. I was an adventurer, just like all of you. I took an arrow to the knee. No. Successful, I guess. Lived to be ripe for old age. Was able to retire. Of course, world's still falling to shit. Now I'm too old to do anything of it, but maybe not. So maybe this can help you all in some small way. And he kind of leans in as he hands somebody this cloak. As between, us, sooner we can get the court out of my home, I think the better I will sleep at night. He hands over a cloak of protection, which these last two, the book was not magical. It was just a item with some cultural importance. The vial and the cloak are both attunement items. And Archduke says, Avgost says, right. And we've agreed the Fey Road, yes. Seems to be the quickest way. North. I'll meet you all here in, 2 days? Back here at the castle. Take utmost care here in the city that you're not followed or tracked, or anything of that nature. And we will leave quickly.
Let's give a side eye to Alaric.
Queen stands and gives a bow and says, thank you all very much for coming to us. It was a risk that not all of us agreed with to meet with you here. I admit I was one of those who was not sure, despite your loyalties. But I believe that only by reaching out with a bit of trust and perhaps taking a chance, do we have a chance at truly taking back our country. I wish you all best of luck. Would love to see my homeland again in my lifetime.
We will see to that.
Right, and with that, you all are escorted out of the chambers, and you are given essentially a couple days here in town. And I think we can go ahead and finally heal up those lingering injuries. I think that's fair to say.
And there was much rejoicing.
There was much rejoicing, yeah. So that's probably what a couple of you are spent doing, basically, is some time at the temple/hospital.
Yep.
An eye out to the garage.
To the garage. The body shop, yeah.
Get a little mending on that concussion I had.
Raises you up. Yeah, for sure. Lucian, you can have a point of inspiration for leading the conversation.
Cool. Thanks.
You all can, and I should remind you, for the purposes, anytime we are traveling, you do not automatically long rest after each day. That is, in our house rules, something I've introduced since about Tomb of Annihilation, I believe. You all get the benefits of a short rest, should you want to take that, whenever you would normally long rest during travel scenes. And then basically just ask me in at certain intervals, and when it makes sense, then you'll be able to get a long rest. And usually that's at safer areas. Obviously, in towns, you can get the benefit of a long rest. So everybody can long rest here, and when you're back on this map screen, your tokens are kind of up here in the upper left corner, should you want to use the long rest macro app thing. And if you want to do any kind of shopping or anything, have been given a party-wide stipend of 500 gold. They're pretty stretched thin when it comes to resources, but there could be a few basic potions of healing for sale.
Speaking of resources, can we sell our horses?
Yeah, that's probably a fair thing to do. I would say you could sell them for half the purchase price.
Okay.
They're slightly used. They've got some miles on them, I think.
As soon as we drive them off the lot.
That's right. Value just plummets. Never buy new horses.
Anybody looking to purchase anything besides health potions?
I'm gonna limit the price. Oh man. All right. There are 9 potions of healing available in Horizon. You guys I rolled really well for that one. You lucked out. They just got a supply truck in the other day.
We held
Those
up a
are what,
supply truck. What
50?
was that?
Are those 50 gold each?
Yes.
Okay. I will
And we
definitely
have-
buy one to carry because I have none at this point. I think I fed mine to somebody.
I would say let's get all of them, and we have some moonstones or whatnot that we can sell as well.
Sure.
Okay.
The only item of interest is I would upgrade Matthias's armor to studded leather.
Okay. I think you can find that. What is that, like 40 gold or something? And by the way, you guys can use the really nice Google sheet that Brandon made. If you click on that Bond's Party Ledger link here,
Yep.
yeah, it opens up a very lovely Google sheet of loot. If y'all want to enter the Cloak of Protection and the Vial of Sunlight, that would be very handy. And then the party gold should increase by 500. And then
whatever we get for selling 3 horses and a wagon.
yeah, you can enter all that in there as well. I'm just kind of letting you guys take care of all that because it is available, and
Yep.
I don't like the bookkeeping. But yeah, you guys can purchase pretty much the basic supplies, just that potions of healing are limited to 9, which is still a very high number.
How many does everybody want to carry? We can just put those right in our inventory while we're looking at that, and then
I'll just do 1.
okay.
I'm normally in the front, so I'd take 1 as well.
Yeah, same here.
I will take 1, which would bump me to 2.
Okay. And
That'll
then we
take
can just make
Matthias's.
sure.
Sorry.
I was just gonna say we'll make sure the other party members have them as well.
Yep.
Just disperse them equally.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
But I make a note to.
Yep.
You get a
that's
potion of
fine.
healing.
You get a potion, yeah.
of healing. Matthias's AC goes up to a 14.
Okay. And then, those of you with lingering injuries are finally healed up.
Woo-woo.
Awesome.
That's the second time you all have used the quest negotiations to get some healing out of it, and I respect it. Probably be an ongoing thing every time you get a new major quest. Like, all right, that's great, but we need to go to the hospital. Give us the strongest drugs you've got, and we're good.
Alaric is going to attempt to keep that from happening, but
Yeah, we'll see.
he's got some new skills. He's going to
All
try
right,
to
fair enough.
work out as needed. But yeah, for being in town, Matthias and Alaric are going to lay low, get a room someplace, and just wait, trying not to gather any attention whatsoever. And
Yeah. Do any of you have anything particular you want to do in town? This is a town that is just absolutely beleaguered with a refugee crisis right now. Clearly they are strained. It's a slums, like literally outside of the city. It is just becoming like a tent city, where clearly it's hundreds of refugees from Krakovan have set up in here and just have nowhere to go at the moment. Some and you remember there were some refugees outside the Black Forge as well, so some had clearly gone south to try and set up there, but it clearly wasn't any better at that case, and in fact the dwarves were probably less welcoming. And then everybody's doesn't like the idea of going west necessarily, because literally the Tamaran Forest is right there and is also not necessarily safe. The elves aren't the most welcoming, so it's just not necessarily a great situation. Although Kryson is in Dornig anyway, and it's already elves, but a lot of these
Alaric's
people.
very torn.
Yep.
Alaric's very torn. He would love to go through and dump his spell, knowing he's got 2 days, dump his spell slots and cure wound stuff.
Yeah.
Trying to help people, but it would instantly put a spotlight on him of being a source of curing, and that would risk the mission. And so he's very torn, but for mission secrecy, he's not going to do it.
I was going to say the same. I'd want to go, but
Yeah.
I don't want to be recognized. Nope.
You recall the queen even said that she goes out and tries to do what she can and help, but she always goes under very strict disguises and definitely doesn't make sure that she's recognized too much. And even then, the Lord and the Archduke are hate it when she does that, because they just think she needs to remain behind closed doors at all times, and because it is dangerous, and especially in a situation that they're in right now, where just Kryson they don't have the manpower to even properly patrol or guard everything. So just crime is rampant right now in the slums as well.
Rye goes and volunteers at the soup kitchen in the evening to help with the refugees.
Do you try and disguise yourself at all? Clearly, as a Shadow Fae, you would be certainly standing out.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of the disguise kit, dirt on the face style, kind of blend in, not stick out. So my purple scarf and stuff are tucked in. I'm wearing very bland colors.
Yeah.
And with the I do find a warm welcome, with the local peasants. Um, I kind of tend to find, people who like me and, maybe know who I am or my type, but welcome me, and I return the favor by helping out with other people.
Okay. You can strike up some conversations and not just be stiff as a board when you're serving, but actually talk to folks and offer them some words of encouragement and maybe share some regional knowledge or information, or just give them some smiles or something. And that fills you with some warmth, and that translates to some inspiration for you, right?
Ooh, delicious.
If we have a couple days of downtime, I think Io would probably go and have conversations with both Alaric and Lucian, and hearing what they're saying about wanting to be out there with their people, but unable to do so. I think I would try to learn disguise self in the course of one of those days, and I would, on their behalf, go out under a disguise self spell and use my healing powers to heal and just try to encourage people to keep the faith in a very positive way, with an underlying tone that, someone is watching over them.
Okay. Does disguise self
Erica,
give you advantage on it? Like, what is the actual rules for that?
I think they have to have
Well,
a reason to check.
Okay.
yeah.
Just
And
like,
it's just, I just wanted to verify that I could in fact use it. And it said, yeah, you can make yourself look like a different sex, race, anything, basically. The only thing I think you have a limitation in is your size.
right, 'cause you can't
So,
magically. Well, actually, you can. you can shapeshift into
Yeah.
beasts, so technically you can
Yeah.
vary more than most. Okay. Yeah, you as somebody who can travel around and healing, Io, you are very quickly overwhelmed with need. There are people who are sick. There are people who are malnourished. Just run of the mill injuries. Clearly have been running amok in here, and the general morality is very low here.
Goodberry would do wonders here.
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
Yeah. You also see, as is very heart wrenching in a lot of catastrophes, the wall of names and letters of written by refugees who have become separated from others. And it's a very long wall of papers and parchments and maybe sketches of people who are still missing, loved ones
I
who are
think in the
missing.
midst of curing and passing out my good berries, I think you might catch a glimpse of Io just kind of trailing her fingers on some of the writing, pausing every once in a while to read something about family members losing each other. And if anyone were with her to see, you would see that she kind of gets this very distant look in her eyes and spends a little bit of time in contemplation, I think.
And hearing that you're going out in our stead, Alaric would definitely say, Erica, you were always the best of us.
Io, you can have a point of inspiration for her. Helping out with healing and nourishment and morality, or morals, I guess. Morale is the word I'm searching for.
Thank you.
Maybe I could wear your red powdered wig.
Red powdered wig. Give a speech. Score. So even though it is downtime, it's kind of harrowing in a lot of ways to be really in the thick of things. I think now some of you this was very personal for. Torben, Lucian, and Alaric. The war was very personal for some of you. Others, this may be just something that seemed to happen, on the other side of the world or something. It's like, this is bad, obviously, but maybe it didn't affect you on a personal level. Whether you're from Zobek or in other regions. But now it is really hitting home about just how impactful this war has been on these people. And with that galvanizing experience, after spending a couple days, you return to the castle and to Lord Kavanto, and the Archduke is there, and he's got two guards. They both look from Krakovan, and wearing red leathers. And then you've got a elvish woman who's dressed in with a bow and leather armor, and he introduces her as Vera, and he's like, I wanted to hire a good scout and tracker. She's has not been in the Fey Roads before, but she knows of them. She comes from Dorning, of course, who is familiar with the Fey Roads, so I think she will serve us pretty well. And she has a very impassive, serious face, just kind of nods curtly at all of you. And
does anybody here look like they're wearing holy symbols?
No.
Okay.
The guards have very, very simple garb and weapons, and then she's got like kind of rangerish gear, I guess, like the bow and leathers. And Lord Kavanto takes you back to that door that you saw, Rai. And as he explains how it works, you already know how it works. And he kind of glances at you as he's explaining the Fey Road and the time thing, and mentions the fact that he's traveled one before as an adventurer, and it was a very surreal, unsettling experience that he would not necessarily want to do again. But he does know that it, in a weird way, may be the safer option than just traveling on foot through what has become very contested country. And the Archduke nods at Kavanto and says, "You've been a good host, Alonso. Take heart, this nightmare will be over soon." And as he explains to you all, you have to all turn around 3 times, and then, or I guess just the person opening the door has to turn around 3 times and then open the door.
I go ahead and put my cloak up and turn 3 times and go through the door.
Okay, the door opens, and despite it being midday outside, or it's probably morning, you guys probably got together in the morning after a rest, the door opens into gloomy twilight. You can see buzzing fireflies emit flickering light that illuminates an ancient dirt road that winds its way through a dark, shrouded forest.
Start leading our crew.
Okay.
Immediately taking over from the hired guide. That's awesome. I love it.
Right, yeah. She looks startled at this, but kind of looks at your countenance and doesn't say anything. and just kind of the Archduke just kind of shrugs, and it kind of almost creates two distinct halves of the party where you all follow Rye, and then the Duke is kind of there with the guards, like, on either side of him, and then the hired scout in front. And the Shadow Realm is unsettling. Strange sounds cry out from dense, shrouded trees on either side of the road, and there's no sun or daylight to track the time. Rye, you would know, and Lord Cavanto did mention this, that it is critically important that you stick to the road itself. You know that the danger increases tenfold if you leave the actual road and enter the Shadow Realm at large.
How wide is the road?
It varies, but on average, you get maybe a 20 feet width. So it's not like you have to go single file or anything, at least for the time you're traveling currently. But you know that sometimes there's no consistency.
I mean, I'm picturing the yellow brick road style, with the dark trees on either side.
Yeah. After several,
so I was gonna say, has the other party kind of overtaking me in the lead? Are they jockeying?
how do you want to play that?
Walking slow enough to judge to see if they want to take the lead, but not not edge them out, not fight for the lead. If they seem to want to take charge, and take points, I allow them to.
Vera, at one point it's like the two of you kind of lead, and she kind of turns to you and says, "Our Shadow Fey, yes?"
Yes. For a while.
Have you traveled roads before?
I've been wandering both worlds since I was about 16, or the elf equivalent of 16.
Yeah,
Adolescent.
since my younger days. Perhaps this will make my job much easier then. I have traveled much of the forest. This is not a forest.
We're going to encounter many things. I've not been on this particular road, but you've been on one. You've been on all of them.
Perhaps you take a point. As you all are having this conversation, and it's you've been traveling for a couple hours at this point, and just having that unsettling noises from all around you. You hear an odd, like, fluting sound, like kind of a piping, as if from a flute or a wind instrument. And
It's not me.
Right?
It's not me.
Why did you take
harmonizing?
Just starts creeping out back there.
Start playing a
Hold
counter
on,
melody.
flute.
Everybody just-
It's made of bone.
Everybody
His
just
flute's
jumps.
made of bone. And he goes, "Wasn't me. Wasn't put it."
You hear hoof prints, and you see a rider appears just out of the tree line and come galloping past, like practically barreling into you two in front. And it's so quick you have little time to react. The rider is shrouded in robes but has a monstrous visage when they turn. But it's the mount that really catches your eye. The mount looks like a unicorn, but undead. You just see muscle, and the horn itself has like kind of holes in it, and it seems to be producing this very creepy, piping, haunting melody as it rides past. And they don't stop. And it's going so fast, they just ride right past you, in this weird whistling sound. And I would like all of you to give me a wisdom save. Jeez, Io flexing.
Oh,
I would like to use my inspiration.
Sure.
$13.
Okay. Nothing happens at the moment, but some of you are deeply, deeply unsettled. And that night, which, again, day and night is really fucking with your, like, inner, what's that called? Your cycle or whatever, where you try and track that. Yeah.
Circadian rhythms.
Yeah, yes. It's really messing you up because it's literally constantly like twilight, like shadow in here. But you know you've been on the road for 8 hours or whatever it's been. Like it's your body's telling you it's time to make camp. And Rye, even though normally you would never make camp like on a road directly, you feel like this is the best, like the only spot you can actually do this, to stop on the road and make camp. And that night when you make camp, Torben and Alaric, you both experience vivid, disturbing nightmares.
So it's Tuesday. Gotcha.
And Alaric, I would like you to tell me what a vivid, disturbing nightmare is to you.
It's full-fledged flashback again. It's being on patrol with Erica, just riding, enjoying each other's company, and seeing the ground open up and this Darakul start pouring out and turning to run and getting on the horses again and riding. And we were supposed to split up. We were supposed both to try to get back to the camp. But when we split up, we didn't go in different directions. She turned around. She stopped to hold the line so I could get and warn the camp. And seeing her just covered in ghouls and covered in ghouls and fighting and slaying many until she falls herself, and just screaming and weeping all the way to camp to try to save, to get some semblance of defense back.
You wake up in a cold sweat, having experienced this all over again. Torben, I would like for you to tell me what a vivid, disturbing nightmare means to you.
Torben's nightmare begins with the repeat of the nightmare he frequently has when his wife was taken by the ghouls, when they killed her and began to eat her. But this nightmare seems like something different, more intense. With once they've started to eat her, she reanimates, comes after Torben.
Wow. That's incredibly creepy. That is a horror movie nightmare right there. You both wake up with just the coldest sweats, and you both gain a level of exhaustion because you were just thrashing, having experienced these horrifying nightmares of literally just reliving past trauma. The second day is blissfully more uneventful, yet unsettling, as you can't shake the noises and sense of presence and darting eyes from all around in these shrouded trees on the road. Midway through the third day, the road before you suddenly bends and contorts before your eyes fading in the distance into shadow. And moments later, an elf-like figure with pale, gray, ashy skin steps out of the nearby trees, her arm extended dramatically in the universal sign for stop, and a mischievous grin playing on her face. And she speaks in Elvish. Actually, Rye, what languages do you know?
Common, Elvish, Undercommon, and Umbral.
Umbral is what she uses. She speaks in Umbral, which is, I believe, the language of the Shadow Fae. And she says, in Umbral, she says, "Hold!" Like almost as a command, and you all feel this effect happen with the road. And then she speaks in Common with a heavy accent. Says, "Hold there, travelers. In the name of the Queen of Knights and Magic, by whose right do you travel this Fey Road and pervert our realm with your light?"
Light? Do we have any lights on?
Kind of assumed somebody would have light, because it's dark in here perpetually. Not all of you have dark vision. But
Oh,
if I'm
I would
wrong,
have had to have produce flame on then.
yeah.
I don't know, when you described constant twilight, I guess I thought just see just enough.
You could. Yeah, it's probably dim light the whole time, which is still not ideal. So it's up to you guys. I guess technically, I guess I presume too much. If you don't have a light source, then ignore that last part she said. But it would be dim light throughout, which would still be uncomfortable for a lot of you.
The humans would have difficulty with it.
Correct.
Right.
Rye takes a knee. Because I'm assuming that this is Sarastra. Right. Did she introduce herself, or she only said that she's the queen of Night and Magic?
She didn't say she was. She was
On
saying
behalf of,
in the name of.
In the name of.
Yeah,
Okay.
so she was just evoking. You do not recognize this particular. You do recognize her as a Shadow Fae, for sure.
Okay, so I will tell her. I don't know how I would word it, but I would basically like express that we are using the Shadow Road for passage. We also pay our respects to Sarastra, the Queen of Night and Magic.
Make a yeah. Go ahead.
We're here with her blessing as well. You know, or pay homage to her. I'm not finding the right word. I apologize. What check?
You can give me a history check first with advantage. To try to figure out maybe what's going on here.
$14?
Yeah, you're trying to recall like why you're being accosted on this road by a Shadow Fae, and it's not quite coming to you. Go ahead.
Can I tell if her hostility is coming at me or directed with everybody behind me?
It seems to be directed at the group. And then did you respond in Common? And you said you
an Umbral.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you said you actually dropped to one knee. as like a form of.
That's because I'd misunderstood
Oh,
you
gotcha.
were saying, but let's say yes, actually. I would, bow in greeting, as one does to another.
Okay.
Not necessarily like as in you're my queen, but
Right.
in as a why hello.
Hello there. Um, she kind of sneers at you, Rye, and she locks eyes with you and says, and she will switch to Umbral, and she'll say, what is the meaning of this? You guide them through our world? You do this for money now? You whore yourselves out for the Lightbringers?
I give her a wry smile, but I guess all my smiles are wry smiles.
Fine job.
And and
Put it
say,
He's waiting for the entire campaign for that.
Had that one in the chamber.
know that we're trying to we're on a quest to help and to defeat the undead ravaging the other thing, and we're using the Shadow Road for quickest passage because we're running out of time.
And again, she's speaking in Umbral. She doesn't have the accent. She says, "So, why do you care about Lightbringer's problems?"
Because I split my time with both, and I have come to feel their pain on their children's faces, and watch the destruction that's occurring in the lands.
She
and I want to read that. Yeah.
She holds her arms wide and says, she says this in the common now for those of you, and says, "You hear that, brothers and sisters? She feels for their plight and their children, and yet brings them into our world and lets them pervert it and use our roads. What's
I'm
of
keeping
our
them on the road."
Yeah.
Right, we need to pay a toll. Just pay it, dude. This is the Griffins all over again. Just pay the toll. Let's move on.
The Archduke kind of whispers down and says, what's going on here? I didn't know that there would be Shadow Fae patrolling roads here. Right, do you know this person? I totally just dropped his accent for some reason.
Your Grace, we used to patrol our roads too. I would expect nothing less from them.
Yeah.
Matthias, our life for His Grace.
I don't, but I have not come across enough Shadow Fae to understand the hostility historically, right? So if she has these feelings, I don't harness the same hate in my heart.
Go ahead and make a persuasion check. As you're explaining this to her.
Would I have been close enough to give him guidance for that?
Sure.
Guidance.
It's a D4?
Yep.
So it'd be a 19.
That's pretty good. Oh, shit.
Not good enough.
Wow. So yeah, she this is a battle of wills right now. And she continues to sneer at you until she's finally like getting closer and says, "This is a perversion of our ways. This is our realm. You should know better. But I am willing to overlook this transgression. Should you cross my palm with some treasures from these worlds that you love so much, show me something I have not seen before."
I pull from my pocket a candle of the deep and offer it to her.
Oh.
I was going to tell her a story.
Yeah, but then I would never get to use my item. So
This is a magic item you've got? I forget what this is.
yeah, this is my item that I brought with me. Candle of the deep. It's in the thing. It's in the it is the flame of this candle cannot be extinguished when immersed into water. It gives off light and heat like a normal candle.
You're gonna hand the person who literally talks about the perversion of light a candle.
But when immersed in water,
Wanted something from the other world. Here you go.
it's not lit.
She said, "What? What is this?
It is wax and string.
This is food for flame."
Yes.
Tell
Yes,
me
they love it.
something that glints in darkness.
Something that glints in darkness?
Does my cloak of elven kind glint in darkness?
In a way.
Oh, I would just look at her and go, is this all in common? This negotiation, or is this an umbral?
This has been in common, yeah.
Rye, if I may, I can show her something that glints in darkness.
We don't have to do that yet. We can still resolve this peacefully.
You know I'm all about peace.
So
I'm not going to hurt
I
her.
grab to my collar and say like something like this.
She has the audacity to come up and actually touch the cloak and kind of put a hand to it and
Hey, we just met.
Feel it a little bit. She, like, as if you're not there. She's like ignores, just very brazen. And she looks at it longingly and kind of cocks her head and says, "This looks like it belongs here. This looks like it belongs to me. Have you brought this for me? This could buy you safe passage on the roads, I think.
And I think it would look lovely on you."
I agree. And you see her make a... Okay. You see her make a subtle gesture with her hands, and you hear the sound of several bows uncocking. And several
How many
figures
is there?
stepping back. You can give me a perception check.
I would also like to know that piece of information.
Yeah.
I rolled lower than my passive.
Oof. Neither of you are
I'm
certain.
focused on her.
Yeah, it's you're obviously they're not on the road, but clearly they're in the tree line somewhere, and you're not sure if there's 2 or a dozen surrounding you. He says, "Yeah, that wasn't so hard now, was it?" And she puts that around her neck. And keep in mind, this same effect, this distortion of the road, has literally been happening the whole time. All of you see the road just gone and just kind of disappearing into darkness. She says, I think I can let you go on your way, yes? Go save the children of the Lightbringers. Bring them the peace that you so need.
I'm gonna go up
Can-
and just talk to say something to Rye. Like, Rye, if you want to step back, I can show her what's in this vial. Would be much better than that.
Or we can just
Well-
talk to her for a minute and solve this problem without losing your lovely cloak. Lucian and I have a way with words.
Feel like we're done here.
You're lost. Alaric will just back off. It's like, all right.
Can I?
There are many close like this.
Can I insight her to make sure that that is in fact going to be all she wants
Sure.
to allow us through? Oh, hello, cat, who managed to open my office door.
The druid
On
has
his
entered
own.
the chat.
That sounds like a cat.
Uh,
We cannot have closed doors in our house because the cats will not allow it.
Find familiar.
25 insight.
Damn.
You now know her social security number.
You do believe that she is willing to let you pass with this exchange. You also get the feeling that she is literally creating some kind of supernatural effect that is barring the road from appearing normal to you.
I will communicate that with the group,
Yeah.
and I will tend to side with Rye on this one.
Yeah, Rye, you may have not have seen this effect in motion, but you may have heard of some Shadow Fae, maybe even the equivalent of a higher rank or a noble or something, would have this ability, some form of control over the road itself.
To make it disappear and appear, or to stop travelers.
Yes. To basically, make the road just disappear before them, and would only be able to be removed upon either they just turning it off or their death, essentially.
I
But
think to myself, I'm gonna have to figure out how to do that.
how do I unlock that ability on my skill tree? Because then you just got to hang out at a Fey Road all the time. That's where you could make it useful.
There were a bunch of like Fey Road feats and stuff like that, and ley line feats and
Okay.
stuff that I didn't go deep into them because we hadn't hit it yet. So.
Yeah. But otherwise, she seems satisfied with this exchange, and she kind of looks at you all with a very important, kind of stern, like making sure nobody's gonna fuck with her, and especially giving a high glance to Lucian and Alaric, who both seem to have the equivalent of like the hand on the sword kind of maneuver. Your NPCs have just been completely following your lead on this. They've been kind of just, stunned into complacency. But she nods and kind of gave her ending speech and says, safe Safe travels. A bit of advice. The roads, before you are done, will enter a cave. And there may be some dangers lurking in this cave. But nothings you can't handle, I'm sure. Good luck. And she switches to Umbral and says, need it. And then steps into the shrouds. And then as she does, a moment later, the road suddenly just wobbles and contorts and then switches back. And then all of a sudden you see just a normal road going on. Holy crap, I got a player to give up a magic item. Wow. Yeah.
We gave up something to the Griffin Riders too. I was trying not to do that.
Well, that wasn't a magic. That was like a
Yeah, it
silvered
wasn't
item, though. I
magic,
know this is
but-
a high another. So, hot respect to Rye for actually doing that. I liked your.
It's
Reason-
what was right for the party.
Yeah, no, I like the
think,
reasoning for it. You even said like, hey, you know what? This cloak is not worth the danger level involved here. So, mad respect for that. And you got a little bit of a heads up. Because as you go into the fourth day, late into the fourth day, the road narrows and seems to enter a gloomy cave. And I know we've reached 3 hours, but ooh, if we could just get through this one, I think we'll be hitting pretty good. And that's where are you all now? So I'm going to put you on the map for this one. Just cuz you were warned of dangers in this cave. And you do have those unsettling noises and watchful eyes. Do not abate as you approach this kind of natural tunnel.
Can I do a perception check to see what we might be facing here?
Sure. You could try to listen for any dangers or anything.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Were our other guests aware of this cave?
No.
I guess I should ask.
Yeah.
Have they been on this road before?
No.
They knew about this road.
Correct.
Where point A to point B.
Yeah.
But they've never traversed it.
Correct. Yeah.
So if this is our marching order, we definitely don't want the Duke towards the front. Kind of want to sandwich him in the middle.
Sure.
And Matthias would volunteer to go 1 point with Rye if he's going to be our lead.
Yeah.
The Duke says, "Oh, I am no pushover, yes?"
No
That's-
offense, sir, but your life is worth a lot more than mine.
Says, "Yes." Alaric, to your perhaps surprise, says, "Well, yes, of course it is. But that doesn't mean I can't help as well."
Don't you know how important the caboose is?
I will be right up towards the front as well.
Yeah. That Rye has done a good job for us so far. Surely he can talk his way out of this danger, I'm sure.
I'm all out of magic items.
I got no bargaining chips yet. All I got is this bargaining chip.
It's very dark in here, so I think I think
Yes.
Torben's going to go for the torch.
Okay. It is very dark in here indeed.
Oh, I mentioned I had produced flame up to kind of give some light
Oh, I'm sorry.
because I don't have dark vision. So
Sure.
yeah, I learned a spell that I can use.
I can do it on both of you guys if you like. Okay. You all both have light emanating from you, which feels very unnatural in this setting. You feel a combination of getting a bullseye on you as well as a repulsion from various noises and creatures. But it certainly has an effect. Archduke says, so, we come up behind, or...
Flip
Do you
the
guys
duke
want him in the middle or?
Mhm.
I'll take drag on this. I have stuff that can reach out in front, long range if I need to.
Okay.
I
How
just
about two tanks up in the front, right behind Rye?
yeah, and then Matthias is up front as well.
Yep, sorry, I need to put him.
Okay. Probably move myself up here.
What's he armed with?
He has a rapier and a spear.
A spear that he can throw?
He could throw it if need be.
Cheers.
And
Okay.
in hussar terms, it's kind of like a light lance, but it also doubles as a spear.
Okay. So I guess we slowly start walking up the tunnel.
And Eric, can I have control of his token, if that's all right?
Yeah, it's gonna take me a...
I'm being problematic.
No, it's fine. I've done this before. Y'all can start inching your...
And of course, we're perceiving and looking for traps and stuff,
Of course.
Of course we
as
are.
one does.
With my 19 passive perception.
I look over at Torben. I'm like, how you feel about this?
Something's wrong.
It's unbearable.
I don't understand.
I set you up perfectly.
Where's my tracker?
All right, so you guys are coming in after that.
I like that we're getting to play around here, like moving, but I'm sure that's got to be like, there you go. Eric's catching up on the.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, I was messing with. Yeah.
Oh, where? Yeah, I don't know.
No,
where I'm
yeah.
supposed
You
to
keep
be.
going. You
Oh,
can keep going. It's fine. What danger? You're gonna believe her? Come on now.
I'm way back. So where? All right. So who's surrounding? It's like who's this one? Right behind me.
The Elven
That's-
Scout.
Yep.
Vera.
Vera.
Elven
It's Vera.
guy.
Vera.
Okay. Okay, got it.
She's regular elf, right? She's not
Correct.
Shadow Fey.
Yeah,
right?
just regular, just from Dornig. Yep. All right. What was the passive perceptions again?
Mine's 19.
15.
Matthias is only a 10.
13.
12.
He's not the wisest of boys.
Okay. Io, you stop in your tracks as you and only you see several humanoid shadows come squeezing out of just the tiniest little cracks in the walls of this tunnel, like almost like an ooze, just like spilling out and then forming into this humanoid-sized shadow that just appear all around you completely silently. And I'm gonna need some initiative from all of you. This will be a surprise round, except Io is not surprised.
I imagine during that I would just kind of just gasp a little bit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Appropriate.
And Matthias should be up there with her as well.
Do you
Why
have?
do I roll such crappy initiative? Ah.
Whoa. That's a lot of 5s and 6s.
I still do not have control of him.
Sorry, I'm working on it.
I know. Oh, awesome.
I always see Batman Beyond at that token.
Here, I picture the Dementors from Harry Potter movie. That seems to be what they look like. It's a bunch of shadows.
Flashback from a other episode.
Yeah, it's got to use these things.
Which I just watched today.
Oh yeah. Do it from there. All right. We've got, so it's a surprise round. I've got some shadows. And I've got some battle music. These things are coming at you with a strength drain. This one is going to try to strength drain one of these poor red shirts.
Literally.
Yeah. Advantage because of the stealth. 21.
Can I undo that?
You are surprised, so I
advantage?
don't think you,
Okay.
you can
Yep.
do your things.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Good news is I rolled pretty bad for damage. So gives off a yelp and shock as this thing goes and sucks out some of his life, but why does that not roll? That's set up. I guess I did do that in my other game too. Not that I'm gonna actually track their strength range.
Did we end up with a night of rest, or are we, do two of us, me and Alaric, still have exhaustion?
You do still have exhaustion. Yeah, so even though it has been several days later, again, my rules apply where you don't automatically get the benefits of a long rest when traveling.
I kind of thought that, but just wanted to double check.
Yeah. All right, surprise round still going on. Shadow number 1's gonna go after Alaric. Try to strength drain you. That's not gonna do it, even with advantage, though.
Nope.
Can't penetrate what you've got. Number 2 has actually got a couple different targets. And it goes after the Archduke, actually. 14 does not hit him. He's actually got some medium armor on. So when this attack happens, he like brings out his rapier and kind of gives a stance, and you can tell he's not like, you know, necessarily an adventurer, but you feel like he knows he has been trained. And he kind of does a little dodge maneuver. Number 6 will target Rye. 22 with advantage.
Yep.
And that does 13 necrotic damage, almost max. And reduces your strength by 2. You feel it draining your stamina.
And how are
You
we
took that
marking the
ASI.
strength?
The best way you can is all I can say, I guess. Make a note somewhere in your character sheet. There are temporary ways to do it if you really can fiddle with the sheet, but
Okay.
it technically gets healed on a short rest, so it probably only matters for the purposes of this combat. Making sure I don't skip IO. Number 5 will hit one of these two. One second. Oh, that's why. There we go. Okay. Now see if you can move the token.
Yep. Got
Okay.
it. Thank you.
Sorry. I was missing a
Fine.
step. Use token fate between the two. Okay, we'll attack Vira. Oof. 18 is gonna hit for 12. She takes a nasty blow and like stumbles back, and you see the life nearly drained from her eyes. It's off kind of a gasp. This one will go for Torben. 10's definitely not gonna do it. Io, you are not surprised. You just rolled really poorly in initiative.
Yeah, I did. Okay, so I'm gonna look around. I'm gonna see the situation, see we're being overrun, and I'm going to warn this the ranger and Matthias next to me to give me some room. And you're gonna see Io Bear come out this time.
I was getting nervous because I don't know if we've gone a session without seeing Io Bear. That you've been here.
And I think I want to. I can't get to the one that just attacked the Archduke. I don't think. Doesn't look like I can. I can't, right? I can't squeeze through.
Yeah,
there.
that's too many bodies, I think. It's
Okay.
not really enough
All right,
room.
then I'll just get the one behind me then.
Okay.
This one, number 4. We'll go with my bite first.
That will hit.
That worked. All right, and that's gonna be 9 piercing damage with my bite.
Okay, and I think your attacks are non-magical at this point still. That changes for
Yes?
druids later on, I think.
Yeah, I think it's just regular.
Okay, so when you swipe at the shadow, you do get some purchase, but it's a lot of etherealness that your teeth find.
Okay. And then I'll go in with my claws then next. That's only an 8.
That's just a miss.
Okay.
Alright.
Yeah, I'm gonna just stand there.
Alright, surprise round is over. Regular round begins. This shadow will, unfortunately, due to the light coming off of some of you, it can't do its bonus action hide maneuver, so it will. Regular attack still on its red shirt. 16, and you see that one just give off a gasp and crumple to the ground, and you see like just the soul just gets sucked into this shadow.
Oh, great.
Lost the first one. Lucian.
Rye, were you joking when you said that this vial will affect you?
I have sunlight sensitivity.
Oh.
So that just means that I would have disadvantage on my attack. That should not stop you from destroying
So-
these.
Yeah.
snipers.
Yeah,
Let me
I'd rather
stress,
give
it should not
I'd
stop
rather give
you.
all them. Yeah, I'm gonna run up. I don't want to get close by.
I just didn't want you to stand next to me and open it up.
Did the
Yeah, I'll stay
Dhampir-
right where I am.
Did the
Yeah.
Dhampir have that as well? No?
I don't think so.
Literally
Nope.
daywalkers? Okay.
No.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna pop the cork. Let's get this party started.
Are you doing it right here where you're standing?
Yeah, I don't want to.
Where are you? How many will you get?
Yeah, he's
I know. I could. That's a risk.
it's so as an action you can
Five.
pop it to emit bright light in a 30-foot radius and dim light for additional 30 feet, and the light is pure sunlight.
You know what? The Duke is in danger. He would come down. Pop it right there.
Okay.
Yep.
If you
Yep.
get there, it's no attacks opportunity because you're still next to the
Right.
shadow right there. Okay.
Yep.
Let's use an aura on you. So that is the bright light radius. Look at that, rise out of the front.
I'm around the corner anyway.
That is true. Yeah, but you see like this shining, like the sun just appears, and the effect on the shadows is pretty immediate. They begin to recoil. It doesn't do damage to them, but clearly they are they are just completely fucked up by it, just like shaking their facsimile of a head and flailing their arms around as if being tortured and giving off some kind of a wailing sound that is highly disturbing.
Would you say they're in a disadvantageous position?
I would say that, in fact. I definitely would. So much so that when it's this one's turn, when it tries to strike at you, Lucian, it does so at disadvantage. So clearly you've drawn its ire as well. I'm gonna hit either way. Really bad. Matthias gets to go.
Matthias drops his spear and
You may have to fix the
jumps out.
stat block because I had to add a spear, so I don't think the
Okay.
numbers probably make any sense.
I don't see a stat block for him. Where is he?
I think it's
Is
just
he down at the bottom?
Yeah.
No, I don't. Oh, there he is.
Where did I put it? Yeah. it
Yep,
doesn't
I
have
found
a-
him.
Okay.
He did. He was incognito.
Incognito.
Loading. Yeah, he drops his spear and reaches out for them.
Okay. See this figure suddenly have claws. Wicked claws from the person that has been traveling with your friend.
And then also tries to take a bite out of them.
Okay. Immediately
Are they
Archduke
at
is like,
disadvantage?
what the hell is that?
Are they at disadvantage? So he would have advantage on these?
They just have a disadvantage on the things they do.
But they don't have disadvantage.
I
They're
don't
not
think they
blinded or anything
incur
like that?
advantage on others necessarily. Yeah,
Okay. All right. So that would be the end of.
yeah. They don't
Matthias'
quite have
turn.
like the paralyzed state, I guess.
You will
Yeah,
step down.
both those attacks.
Okay.
All right, the only one not in sunlight, but unfortunately still giving off light from Torben, so it can't do its hide maneuver. It will just choose between you two. Still Rye, so normal attack for the strength drain. 14. Nope. Okay.
I'm with mage armor previously cast. I'm 13 plus dex.
I forgot to ask. So obviously, Lucian, you attuned to the vial. Who actually took the cloak of protection? Did we go over that? Did we all forget about that?
Oh,
I already had the other cloak, and obviously giving me cloaks is just like giving them to the enemy. So I hadn't volunteered because I already had, one cloak on already. 2 cloaks fashionably wouldn't make sense for me.
Alaric's got a nice cloak, so he's good.
Does
I
Torben
have
want?
my shield bump in my AC, so
Yeah. Does Torben want a cloak?
Sure.
All right.
He'll make it into it like a neck scarf.
Nice. They do resize to fit you with magic items, but if you want it to be a neck scarf, I think we can roll with that. All right, so put that on your character sheet. That gives you it was +1 to AC and +1 to saving throws. I don't know how Roll20 savvy you are, but there are ways to put in magic items through various modifiers and things on the sheet. But someone make a note that Torben's got the cloak protection. All right, Alaric.
All right, I'm gonna go after number 2, trying to save the Duke. That is a
16
magic weapon.
does hit. That is a magic weapon. You're right.
Yep.
Ooh, 10 damage. Nice. This is a particularly large-looking shadow. So a good chunk of damage, but it is still up.
Okay.
Number 5 will actually try to choose between these two. Oh no. Well, it's got disadvantage. So it turns to target. Vera kind of looks up at it. Oh. 15 hits. And you see she gives off a wide-eyed gasp as it reaches in and just seems to suck the last bit of life from her. She is not a level 4 adventurer and crumples to the ground. And the Archduke says, "Damn it! These things are killing us."
Well, sir, I think you can get your money back.
I should have gotten the insurance policy. Deposits. All right.
So, I do not recall if I grab my pistol with the mage hand, whether or not I can make a attack within 5 feet without doing the penalty.
Does it say anywhere on your ability that
It talks about doing it when I do it as a reaction. When a creature within 5 feet of me attacks, I can hit them with that, and it does not pose disadvantage on the attack roll.
Okay. I think we had made this ruling before that I like that it that seems part of your character's kit is like being able to attack in melee because you're wielding it not with your hands but with like a floating mage hand too. So I think
so standing right here with the shadow right here, my mage hand pulls the gun out of my holster, holds it just up next to me, and shoots the shadow below me.
Okay.
17?
Yes, absolutely.
For
max damage.
Max damage. Oh, wait. Gunpowder rules.
Yeah.
First time I remembered. When I roll a 6 as a pistol,
Oh.
I roll that die again and add the result to the total.
Whoa, you get exploding dice on the damage roll. Okay. That is the first time we've seen this.
It's because I have...
Oh shit, does it keep going?
It goes again.
Haha!
Oh my god.
Just fanning the hammer.
And Raya has created exploding ammunition.
That's
Explosive
badass.
ammo.
You with the triple attack, you blow that shadow up, and it's it even does the like it acts like it's like a person getting shot to hell. Seems to mimic the effects it would have in life. And just gaping holes appear in the shadowy, and then it just dissipates. Very cool. We've got this one, which does not like to be in the bright sunlight. It's gonna try. Well, no, I can't do that. It's gonna take all kinds of tax opportunity. You've got it surrounded. So instead, it's going to choose a target. It's gonna be the Io Bear, but it has to attack with disadvantage. And yet,
Wow.
I think that's gonna do it, because I always hit Io.
Always.
Always for 8 necrotic. Interestingly, though, I think the bear's physical stats take over yours, so just the bear strength is reduced by 3.
Yep.
I think, so.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, all the physical stuff is
Yeah.
the
So your
beast.
bear form is weakened at the moment. And it is your turn.
So if the bear's form is reduced by 3, is that what you said? Does that impact my attacks?
Technically, yeah, you'd have a -1 to attack rolls and damage rolls.
Okay.
I don't know what your actual number
Oh, and
is,
there's
but I know
also
it'd be at least that much.
and there's also 8 damage.
Yes.
Okay. All right. 34 minus 8.
Guess I should actually. My bad. I did not roll shit
Okay.
for the Duke or the Guard.
All right. I'm going to. I'll roll a bite, and you're saying so that's a -1 from that, so that's a 22 to hit.
That will still hit.
Yeah, the one behind me there, and that's gonna be 8 piercing, non-magical.
Okay.
And then if he's still up, I'm gonna go at him with my claws for 20.
Yep.
And that's gonna be 13 slashing.
Okay, that one puts this one down. Smash against the wall where it just explodes into little shadowy shards.
I will use my movement to come over here. Is that the Archduke right here?
Yes.
Okay. I will try to protect him.
He gives off a
and get
gasp
the
and says,
focus.
I did not know she could do that. And she is on our side.
Goal is to try to get their attention away from him.
Yeah.
And that is my turn.
I totally forgot to roll their initiative, so I'm going to catch up on their turns real quick. The Archduke will actually lift up his sword and says, be strong, comrades. And whenever a non-hostile creature within 30 feet makes an attack roll or saving throw, you can add 1d4 to your roll for the next minute. So basically, gives everybody bless. And then the guard will run up and try to feebly attack this shadow if he can.
Finish him.
Yeah.
Give him bardic inspiration. Finish him.
We'll attack with a spear. 14 does hit. Technically has a 1d4. Doesn't need it. And does a little bit of damage. I'm helping. All right, Torben.
Let's see, there's kind of a
There's a wall of bear in front of you.
right.
You can squeeze past people. Basically, it's treated as, and bears, as difficult terrain for those squares.
Okay.
As long as you can land in an empty spot you could fit in.
I did.
Or move Matthias out of your way.
That's true. We also have a rule where you can just grab somebody and kind of switch places with them.
All right. Well, I should do that with Matthias then in here.
Okay.
Because I can't get past.
Let me grab his token for a second.
I got it.
Okay. There you go.
All right, so Torben roars again, running forward and pushes Matthias out of the way. Swinging.
What's your passive perception?
Passive is 15.
Matthias doesn't look like Matthias.
Oh, okay. Wait, should I be like viewing him as like? Should I think he's hostile?
He just doesn't look like Matthias.
Okay.
He's got fangs and claws now. He doesn't look like the
Okay. He just pushes
something.
this other guy out of the way because he's so focused on the shadow.
We're gonna table this for later.
You're attacking the shadow. I'm okay with this.
Yeah. Priorities.
Oh man.
That
You
is
get
a
+4, right?
very close hit.
He gets a +4. Yeah.
Oh, you do get a +4. Yeah, if you're within 30 feet of the Archduke, which I believe you are.
1d4.
Yep, you've got the effects of his leadership. Look at that. Your escort mission actually has some benefits. You can just add the... Well, yeah, that works too. So you can just roll a 1d4 and add it to the 11, but either way, a 12 does hit the shadow.
All right.
All right, you find your non-magic weapon doesn't quite do as much damage as you were hoping, but you do slam into that shadow, and it appears diminished. Number 3 accepts your taunt, IO. And still with disadvantage because the vial. I think 15 still hits the bear, though.
Yep.
For 9 necrotic, and the bear's strength is reduced by 4. Jeez. That's going to lower everything by another 1 or 2. I guess at least 2.
Okay, 9 necrotic. So how much total reduction was it? I guess is the question.
It was a 3 before, so you had 7 strength reduction.
Okay, so my strength is down to a 12.
Down to a 12. Still above average.
Which is
You're still
I'm now
above
only
me.
a plus. I'm still a plus. So now I'm a +1.
A plus
right?
1, yeah. Instead of whatever +4, I guess it was before. Lucian. You've noticed the vial is definitely having it's not damaging them, but it's having an effect that's literally having them all disadvantaged on their attacks.
And I can see this one here, right?
Sure,
It's,
yeah.
It's on this corner here. Yeah.
It's just a little bit around
I'm-
the corner, but you can target it.
Okay. I want them off the Archduke. I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers, and I'm going to twin that. It's a Wisdom saving throw.
Yep. The Wisdom save is they also have disadvantage.
On 2 and 3.
Okay, they also have disadvantage on saves while in the sunlight. Number 2, a 7, and number 3 is a 16. Save was a
So-
15.
Correct. Yep.
All right, so the first one takes a full. Is that the damage 3d6?
Yep.
Okay.
8 damage.
The first one actually dies from the psychic damage fully. It's
Okay, I'll take
and
that.
it just kind of twists around in a creepy horror thing and then just dissipates. And then the second one takes half damage and doesn't move away. Okay. Seen the spell a million times. You'd think I would know. All right, so that one is weakened and the other one has expired.
You know what? I'm gonna Misty step over to here.
I don't think you can cast 2 spells.
You're right. Nope, you're right. I'm thinking bonus action, but yeah, nope.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay there is what I meant to say.
Still got the one right behind you. However, that one, I'll open it up to Token Fate this time. See which one's gonna target. It's gonna be you though. Disadvantage still. That's an 8. That one is still struggling back there.
Yep.
Matthias, who seems to have grown more feral.
Mm-hmm. Trying to think of where he can go. Can he slide under Iobear? Or over Iobear?
Yeah, it'd just be difficult terrain, which wouldn't matter with this distance, so yeah.
Like a pole vault.
Yeah, and then we'll. I'm starting to feel a little bit. I understand Raymond's plight in life now. Of how many character sheets can you have open at one time? So
I think what I always probably has 2 sheets every combat with the druid form.
claws for 10.
Matthias is just not
Yeah.
used to
No.
unleashing, isn't he?
Is it 10
It's
plus a
not.
D4?
Yeah.
Technically, yeah. I don't. That's not gonna help the 3, but it might help the 10. Good call. 12 does it. We have determined. Thanks to the inspiring
Okay.
leadership. Oh, the Archduke is now questioning the fact that he wants to inspire this now feral member of the party.
He can't see him.
Yeah.
Needs to make a DC 10 con save.
The shadow is in fact undead.
Okay. So it takes 5 points.
Okay. That does weaken the shadow though as it gets slashed.
Okay.
And that one is dead. The Archduke is not to be outdone and will actually try to strike out. Says, yes! The light of Krakova! It'll incinerate you, stumbling.
He hasn't fought in combat for a while.
Yeah. It's been a while. We'll actually strike out with his rapier. Ooh. It's for a little bit. He gets to attack again. That hits for a lot of bit, and that will actually kill the shadow. And he seems very pleased with himself. Ah, comrades! You win this day thanks to the holy light of Krakova. That one is dead. This little dude will charge up. Attempt to attack. And does. For a little bit of damage. Alaric oh no, there are 2 shadows, aren't there? There's one below Io as well. 2 shadows remaining.
Okay. Going to go for number 1.
He does hit.
Okay. And that is magical.
Whoa, yeah, you just stab that one right in the face, and it goes still before dissipating. And the red shirt turns to look at you wide-eyed with that blow.
As does Lucian.
And I'm gonna move down to here. There. And middle of it.
That shadow's in a target-rich environment now.
Mm-hmm.
We're just gonna leave it up to fate completely. And
Yes.
it's gonna be Alaric.
I was hoping for this. I
Uh,
want it to be I want it to be a crit. I
This-
really want it to be a crit.
well, I don't think it can because it has disadvantage, so... I guess I could roll double
Hey.
20s. That has happened.
I want it to be a crit
Oh my
so
goodness.
bad.
Well, you're not attacking me, so you probably won't.
I know, right? I can't roll.
Yeah.
That's exactly true. It's not going to be a crit because I'm attacking Alaric. It's a miss anyway with a disadvantage.
Hey, I have been critted and dropped before, so
Right.
I still remember the first draw of cool. I remember.
Yes.
I'm going to finger guns firebolt to that to the remaining shadow. 17
Yes.
for 6 fire.
Yes. That one lights up. You note it takes full fire damage. And it appears to be the last shadow in the area.
Alaric will turn to Matthias, put his hand on his shoulder, and say, "As you were." And
So is he a lone tooth shifter?
he returns back to the Matthias, as you guys know.
I will drop bear form.
We're not out of this cave yet. Maybe
True.
we are.
And
Yeah, the Archduke looks
there's no
down.
hope for the ones that have dropped.
Yeah, looks sadly at this as What? This was his name was Albin. Just a young man, a refugee. Wanted to use his services for Queen and country. He's eager to come along on this trip. Our bastard. Shouldn't have ended this way. But we all would have died if not for you folks, so thank you. Sincerely. And for unleashing the light, this was... Thank sister-in-law for providing such weapon.
Really came through in the clutch there.
Would like to investigate Vera's body for the payment that the Duke had paid her.
You find that she has 50 gold on her.
Okay. Any other personal effects that we can bring with us of hers to notify last kin or anything?
Let's say she's got a quiver that seems to be handmade and stitched. That looks to be more of a personal item versus something just picked up on a store.
Okay.
Vera came highly recommended travels. It's very disappointing it ended so soon.
We'll pick up the elven quiver out of respect, but would Alaric know what's going to happen in 1d4 hours?
Use our house rules for that actually.
Did she die from the drain?
You did. Well,
way
she
that it
didn't
would-
die from the strength drain. Is that the difference?
Yeah, that's the difference. If they just died, they just died.
Okay.
If they didn't die from strength drain, we're okay.
You're right. You're right. I guess you technically didn't confirm that, but she
Can I
died
do a
from
medicine
just
check?
Yeah. Let's do a medicine check.
Finally get to use my skill.
There you go. Yeah, judging it, it looks like she was not like her bones hadn't collapsed or anything like extreme. It just looked like she had died from that necrotic
damage.
energy. Yeah, that definitely destroys the body.
I know something about necrotic, and that's what caused the death here.
Yep.
Okay. We'll say a prayer, and our apologies for not being able under the circumstances to do proper burials, unless someone's got something else they want to do.
Should they be left here, or should we get them out of this realm?
I taking them back to our world would be at least some way of honoring them, and taking this young man who's a refugee and bringing him back and burying him in Krakovan would be of utmost respect.
Taking
Okay.
them back to their home seems difficult, but taking them from this realm at least seems honorable. We can bury them once we exit.
I would actually appreciate that. Are you in a place where you can carry one or both of these?
At least one.
You might be able to honestly carry both of them. I mean, it was, what I say, a young man and an elven woman, and you were a bearfolk, so you wouldn't be able to attack, obviously, anything, but you could probably do both, like a dual fireman carry kind of a thing.
Let's go for that.
Yeah. And Rye's right. You're not sure that you're out of this cave, but Rye, as you stick to business and peer ahead, you can see faint moonlight spilling into the end of this cave, which there's no normal light whatsoever in the Shadow Realm, and that tells you that you have basically reached the end of this Fey Road. And you can see at the edge that there are some trees, and you can see actual green spilling out at the end of this cave tunnel. These intertwining branches of these oak trees, as you all kind of approach the exit of the cave, form an archway, and the road becomes the moss-covered flagstones of an ancient plaza. And this stone plaza is dotted with statues, mostly humanoid, but some beasts and even a roaring owlbear. And that, I believe, is where we're going to end this session of Empire of the Ghouls. Made it through the Fey Road. All right. Thank you to Corey, Christopher, Dory, Stan, and John for playing. Thank you to everyone for watching, and big thank you to all the patrons that help make these sessions happen. Shoutouts to Platinum patrons Joe, Will, Thomas, Stan, William, Brandon, Genocider, David, Eclectic, Roleplayer, Roll, Christopher, Brian, William, David, Corey, Koa1337, Kyle, Matthew, Big Nut, Greenlee, John, Infernus, Chris, and Scott. And gold patrons RPG, Papercrafts, Pretty Boy, and Yuma, Marcus, Dead Lizard Lounge, Sam, Olympus Buds, Jerome, Nathan, Fassica, Tortoise, Scott, Stephanie, Rufus, and Carolyn. Thank you all very much for your support. See you next time on some more Empire of the Ghouls.